about it. Extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it.
Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. All my niggas eating good, I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides fucking with me. Check, coming, check, leaving flex season, fuck 12, come and get me. Get your ass to run around, high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, give your bitch a whiplash. Slide through, hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still at it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story, condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. B&Me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these pussies ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service, don't come unless you bringin' condoms to me.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? All right. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me get set up here. All right. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. All right, I'm back. Let me know where you're checking in from. It's the smaller channels like Mark's that give the most sauce and real information with no BS. 10-4. Nick, what's going on? Eric, what's going on? I know all these people from Chicago. I know Nick. Eric, I think subscribed today. We had a talk. I think I gave him my broker's information. I know he's from Chicago. Tremaine, I know he's a Chicago native. So it looks like Chicago is in the building tonight. Usually it's a bunch of people from the Southeast. I think a lot of my subscribers are from the Southeast. A lot of Florida, a lot of Georgia, Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from as you come into the chat. Got a few topics that we're going to discuss tonight. A few topics we're going to discuss. And then we're going to get into that infamous Q&A session. Let me know where you're checking in from. Philly in the building. Let me see here. What else we got? Do me a favor, hit that like button as you come in too. Hit that like button as you come in. We get to 20 people, we'll get started. YouTube send the notifications out late sometimes. The algorithm takes some time to get the notifications out to the people. Mississippi in the building. O's Appliance Repair, what's going on? Rick Rock, what's going on? Philly. See a bunch of Chicago in the building. Let me know where you're checking in from. The Mentors Podcast every Tuesday, 7:30 p.m., where we talk box trucking, we talk logistics, we talk everything centered around trucking. We don't focus on just one thing. We focus on everything centered around trucking. It's a lot of moving parts to this industry um, that make it, make it go. You know what I'm saying? And you got to stay abreast to every single thing in the industry. And then a lot of questions that people have, they could pretty much answer for themselves when you stay abreast of all the working parts in the industry, not just what's in front of you, not just Amazon Relay, not just Final Mile, UST, Pilot, Select Express, whatever account you're working on. It's a whole bigger landscape. And when you focus on the big picture and you go into this box trucking thing from a business perspective, the results are way more in your favor when you look at it, when you look at the big picture of this box trucking thing. You got VA in the building. Brian Watkins, what's going on? Just let the room build up a little bit. Let the room build up. Let the room build up. How's everybody doing tonight? How is everybody doing tonight? All right, we got 14 people. How many likes we got? How many likes we got? How many likes do we got? Do me a favor, hit that like button as you come in to the stream so that the algorithm can kick it out to more people. Let me know where you're checking in from as you come into the building. As you come into the building, let me know where you're checking in from. Oh. May have a special guest later on tonight. Let me see what we got here. Let me see what we got here. A few more people coming to the room, then I'm gonna just go ahead and get started. The room usually builds up after about 20 or 30 minutes, so I'm not gonna hold it too much longer. How's everybody doing tonight? The Mentors Podcast, 7:30 every Tuesday, Central Standard Time, where we talk about box trucking, logistics. A lot of game, a lot of sauce, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information sharing every Tuesday night. A lot of information was shared. I was talking last Tuesday when I went back and watched the replay and went through the live chat. It was a lot of back and forth in the live chat. It was a lot of people spreading sauce and helping people out in the chat. So it's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? So industry is a lot tougher now than when I got into the industry in 2010. So networking, sharing information, will help people become successful. You know what I'm saying? You got to share the information you got. Person shares the information they have with you, and it helps for more success. That's why I have no problem sharing the information. When I put videos out, people say, man, you give away too much information, you could sell that. I don't look at it like that. I look at it from a different point. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the information that I have, maybe somebody else, the masses can, learn from my experiences, from my good experiences and my bad experiences. So, I have no problem sharing my knowledge of my 13 years in this industry with people for free. A lot of information I get for free. And then my consultations they ain't really even consultations. It's really just coaching. I keep those inexpensive as well too. Not trying to break the bank with anybody. You know what I'm saying? I understand this is a rough industry and the cost of entry now is a lot higher than when I got into it, a long time ago. So, there's a small room for error now. That learning curve that every person that goes into business has at the beginning, that small little margin could make you or break you now. Versus, years ago when I got in, the cost of entry was very, very minimal. So you can have those bumps and bruises and still come out ahead along the way. Right now, like it's real tight. That learning curve, man, if you can avoid the learning curve at all costs, I say, learn from other people, learn from my channel, learn from other people's channel, whatever information that you could soak in, and delete that learning curve. I'm telling you, will save you a lot of money right now. All right, let's go ahead and get started. First topic we're going to talk about today is, as you come in, hit that like button for me. Hit that like button. You guys can hear me, right? Somebody just say yeah if you can hear me. Test this mic real quick. Check. Audio. Check. All right, we good. Check. All right, let's talk about the first topic. First topic is Amazon investing $450 million for DSP benefits, delivery service partners. So I know I did a couple videos about Amazon. My subscribers know about my relationship, love and hate with Amazon. You know what I'm saying? All right, you can hear me. So here's a good thing that Amazon is doing for the DSP operators, the DSP contract business owners. They are putting $450 million into the pot. I know I did a video about 2 weeks ago about contractors and starting to put money aside for your benefits. I know a lot of people that I talk to in coaching classes, when I try to break down and see whether they're not making money, I always ask people, all right, what are your expenses? What are your expenses? No one ever tells me their health insurance. No one ever tells me their IRA or any retirement things that they have set to the side. You know, all this you should include in your overhead. You should be paying for your health care and your retirement, things of that nature should be coming out of your overhead as well, because you are your own business owner. So you got to keep that in mind. So Amazon is helping out. Let's see here. They're helping out the DSPs by dropping $450 million. And I'm going to share this with you guys real quick. Let me see here. Give me 1 second here. Right there. Right here. All right. So Amazon is dropping $450 million to the DSP program for driver retirement, tuitions, and better pay. All right. Let me make sure I'm sharing this with you guys. Yep. All right. So basically, Amazon will further test the limits of its relationship with the independent companies that deliver its packages through much of the country, and funding a series of programs totaling more than $450 million intended to benefit the drivers of those that they employ. So the announcement Tuesday, which was today, a new program called Next Mile will give employees of participating delivery companies, which the delivery companies are their contractors, the DSP program, up to $5,250 per year for their academic studies. All right, so they're helping them go to school. Amazon will add a 401k plan to the suite of services available to DSPs, providing the companies will an estimated $60 million over the first year of the program to help them match employee contributions. The company says it will provide additional rate increases for DSPs to offer competitive pay to the drivers. So let me see. Amazon last month released new numbers about the growth of the delivery service partners program, said 3,000 independent companies now deliver more than 10 million packages for Amazon each day, employing 275,000 people and generating combined 26 billion in revenue in the last 4 years. All right, so I mean, that's good information. I mean, Amazon, I think they've heard the cry of a lot of DSPs. A lot of DSPs have a hard time keeping drivers for this very reason. You know what I'm saying? The margin that Amazon gives you as a DSP contractor is very small. So a lot of those contractors really just don't have the budget or the margin to even provide these benefits. So I guess Amazon has heard the cries and they're stepping in and dumping $450 million to help out these delivery service partner contractors provide these benefits that these drivers so desperately need. And that's a good thing. I'm glad Amazon stepped up to the plate and they're doing the right thing in this situation. All right. In this situation, they're doing the right thing. So let's move on to the next topic. I'm not going to talk about that too much because then I'll get to running off at the mouth, and I'm trying to get to this Q&A because the Q&A kind of goes very long. As you come in, guys, hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. share the stream, hit the like button. All right, so this next topic, this rail strike. I'm not sure how many people are abreast that it's a possible rail strike that may go into effect this Friday. And it may affect freight. Matter of fact, it will affect freight. I think there's two unions that are holding off. They're not even fighting for money. They're fighting for like time off, paid time off. I think the companies BNSF and Union Pacific run on like some type of a point system for time and attendance, and the two largest unions in the railroad, they're kind of holding the line. They're not budging. And in July, Biden sent in an arbitrator to kind of hold off them going to strike back in July. But that arbitration has pretty much ended, and Friday is the deadline. And two of the biggest unions for the railway are like, they're like, man, we not budging. We want it this way or nothing. I got some friends that run intermodal. Intermodal is if you're in trucking, intermodal deals with the rail yards. So, and I got a partner that works for JB Hunt, and he runs intermodal for JB Hunt, and he's like, man, it's certain rail yards we can't go in, certain rail yards we can drop off, but we can't pull out, and vice versa. So they're prepping already for this potential strike that may go into effect this Friday. Now, how this affects box trucks is if this thing happens, they go into strike. All that freight from the rail yards, these trucks aren't going to be able to go in and drop it off, pull it in, pull it out. All right. As you know, when these containers come from overseas, they hit the port, they hit the different ports, right? Ports in California, whatever, ports on the East Coast, down the East Coast. All right. And then the semi trucks go in, the crane drops it on the chassis, driver, they lock it in, they lock the container in, and then they take it to like a middle mile warehouse, and then they don't take it to a middle mile warehouse. They take it to the rail yard, they drop it at the rail yard, and then those containers get put on the train, and then they get distributed throughout the country, right? The Midwest is pretty much the hub for that, right? And then from there they go to another warehouse, and then that's when it's 26 footers, middle mile, get the partials and things of that nature. If these semi trucks can't go into these rail yards to pull these freights, to drop the containers off and pick them up, then that's going to slow down freight. So depending on how long this strike goes is going to determine how backed up some of these containers will go. And it's kind of bad timing, seeing that peak season is right around the corner. I want to take a look at, let me see here. There's an article I just want to briefly go over with you guys, and then we're going to jump to the next thing. All right, freight rail strike threatens supply chains, prompting White House planning. All right. Let's just go over this real quick. A national railroad strike could derail critical deliveries of chlorine to wastewater treatment plants and coal to utility plants, among other potentially crippling disruptions, prompting senior White House aides on Tuesday to review contingency options for protecting the nation's drinking water and energy supplies. All right, it's going to be a lot more than just drinking water and energy supplies. Whatever comes in, general commodities, all that. All right. President Biden was briefed on the matter Tuesday morning after he called the carriers and unions on Monday to press them to accept the deal. A White House official said senior officials at the White House are now leading daily meetings with the Department of Agriculture, blah, blah, blah. An issue is a dispute between railway carriers of two unions representing 57,000 conductors and engineers over attendance policies. A federal mandated cooling off period ends Friday, which opens the possibility of a strike if employees refuse to go to work, or a lockout if the carriers refuse to let workers do their job. All right. So the two companies are BNSF and Union Pacific. Those are the railroads that the conductors and the engineers are tripping about. Apparently, they run on a point system for time and attendance, like I said earlier, and I guess it's deemed unfair, and they're really fighting. This has nothing to do with money. This is about time and attendance. So that point system, I guess they deem it unfair, and they're fighting, man. They're not budging. Like I said, I got friends that run the rail yards, and they're already prepping. It was certain yards he couldn't even do drops for the day and do pickups. He actually left early, and he usually runs intermodal for he runs intermodal for JB Hunt, and he's usually his full 11 hour clock running locally, and he got out of there today in like 5-6 hours. It just wasn't nothing to do. A lot of rail yards weren't accepting trucks. So just something the guys to think about. If freight slows down, you kind of know why. This rail strike may have something to do with it. All right, let's get to rental trucks. All right, we're moving. All right, let's get to rental trucks. All right, and this is just something I want to talk about because I keep getting asked this. People pay for coaching sessions and things of that nature, and I just don't want people to keep paying for these sessions, whether it's with me or anybody else, and you're spending a lot of money on a rental, or you're going to ask me, is this a good rate? You don't have to pay for that. You can ask me. The answer is going to be the same. It's going to be no. If you're paying a lot of money for a rental truck, let's say if you're looking to get in this industry and you're going to spend a lot of money on a rental truck, and you're going to ask me, do you think I can make money with this? No, you can't. If you're in an expensive rental now and you're struggling, my answer is going to always be the same. You need to get out of that rental. All right. These rental truck rates that I'm hearing, like it's not good. All right. So I know people have dreams and they want to make a lot of money and they want to turn over profit and they want to start their own business and they think it's going to turn around. It's going to turn around. Here's the issue. It's not. All right. The only thing that you can hope for is if your rental rate comes down. And right now, I don't see that happening. All right. Unless manufacturing picks up and they can start shipping more trucks out. All right. Then that's the only way I see it coming down. It's the only way it's going to come down. If the trucks are scarce, the price is going to go up. The trucks are scarce. All right. They're very scarce. So my people ask me all the time, well, what would you pay? All right. Here's what I would pay. If I was coming into the game right now, here would be my cutoff point. This would be my cutoff point. I wouldn't pay any more than $650 a week for a truck. And that's high for me. I haven't rented a truck for my business since before the pandemic. I think the last year we needed an extra truck for whatever project. We just needed an extra truck was 2019. And my rate has always been $450 a week, which included 1,000 miles and $10 a day. It went up to $10 a day for the insurance. I used to pay $5 a day for the insurance. All right. But you're talking about a person who's been renting trucks since 2010. All right. So my rates, are going to be a little bit different. If I tried to go rent a truck now, if they had one, they wouldn't give me those grandfather rates. All right. So I understand the situation that's going on right now. And I understand that I can't tell people to go seek the rates that I had. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting myself in a mind frame if I were coming into the game now, and with inflation, with the cost of loads, and let's say I don't care if you're running middle mile, final mile, I don't care if you renting a truck for a moving company. All right, $650 I think is fair for the rental company at a higher price point, and I think that's the tipping point where anything above that, you're just pretty much operating at a loss, or you're going to be struggling. You know what I'm saying? And then as far as mileage, man, I'm people telling me they're paying 30-something cent a mile, 28 cents. That's just too much. Too much. The max I would be willing to pay right now would probably be 20 cents, maybe 25 cents, depending on what I'm doing. If I'm running cross country, then no. If I'm running OTR, no. If I'm running local, then maybe yeah, because I'm not burning up the miles. And then it's certain situations for different lanes. If I'm running a 26-foot truck for a moving company and they tell me $900 for the week, that's fine. A 26-foot, I go move a 4 or 5 bedroom house, that's $3-4 grand. If I got 3 or 4 of those in a week, a 1 5-bedroom house a day, $1,000 whoop-de-doo. That one move, the first 3 hours of a move for Monday is going to cover that rental. But if you're running middle mile and the truck is just sitting there, so at 25, 30 cents a mile, who cares, right? Because the truck is going from one place, it's sitting there 6 hours while they load, it's driving 20 miles and dropping the stuff off and it's sitting there. It's whoop-de-doo. You're charging the customer $4 grand for that. If you're running middle mile now, the more you work, the harder you want to work. Those miles are adding up. So the more expensive the miles, the more money you're paying because you're running. If you're really working, you're pushing 3,000 miles a week, let's say, that's a lot of money at 25, 28 cents a mile. You got to get into the teens. At this point, I don't care what teen you get into, 19, 17, 16. If it's a teen, I say cool. Anything above 20 cent, I would say no, especially if you're running middle mile. If you're running final mile, you got a little room right there to work with because you're operating in 50 to 75 mile radius. So you got a little room, a little wiggle room. The guys that are running middle mile, OTR, you got to get those rates down. You got to lean on these rental account managers. You got to lean on them. If you're not making no money, if it's not making dollars, then it's not making sense. It's okay. Trust me. Trust what I tell you. It's okay. It's okay. You didn't fail. If you got a high rental and you know your rental cost is exceeding your earning potential, it's okay to turn that truck in and try again. I don't look at you as a failure. I look at it being a smart business decision. I think a lot of people are just having an issue. They're having that issue. It's a word term we use for that in business. I can't think of it right now. Of failure. Nobody wants to fail, but sometimes you have to make the best decision for your business. And if the best decision is taking yourself out of that reoccurring debt that's not providing you any income, then that's what you got to do. I've done it in business multiple times, not with rental, but just other things I've had to let go. I had to let go of things in business, especially if it was costing us. Sometimes you got to shade. Business is up and down, up and down, up and down. Sometimes of the year, you got to cut back on some things. All right. The truck is a major, if not the most major part of this business. And if it's costing you more to run, then you got to figure something out. Truck prices are down and they're continuously going down. If you got decent credit, right? Decent credit or good credit, a great credit, a good credit enough to go buy a truck at a fair finance rate, I would seriously look at finding an inexpensive truck to go buy. I wouldn't spend over 40 grand. All right. If you don't got the money or the credit right now to go buy a truck and you're in one of these expensive rentals, 1,200, 1,500, 2,000, 1,800, 1,100 a week. Some of these numbers, these are numbers that I'm hearing. I'm not making these numbers up. 38 cent a mile, 28 cent a mile, 32 cent a mile, 29 cent a mile. Like, it's too much. It's too much. And my best advice to you is to get out the rental. To get out, especially if you're not making no money. I can't really tell you how to make money when your cost is exceeding your cost is exceeding your earning potential. And I've been saying this for a minute. I've said a lot of things prior to the media outlets saying it. I told y'all 4 months ago the trucks was coming down, right? I said Amazon switches up stuff all the time. And then look what they did a week or two ago. All right. And then the same thing with the trucks. Let me show you something real quick. I want to share something real quick. I know we're talking about peak season. I got that on my bullet point to talk about, but I want to show something real quick about these trucks. This is an article that came out Friday. All right. Carriers weigh in on peak season and contract rates. I don't want to talk about the peak season part. I want to share this part right here. The spot truckload market has loosened significantly since the spring. Many drivers made the leap to operating under their own authority last year as spot rates reached new highs. However, many of those first-time entrepreneurs are struggling to not only find loads, but also rates that will cover their rising costs. New operators bought equipment at the peak of the market, meaning they overpaid. Some also modeled their new ventures off of best ever spot rates and are now having difficulty servicing inflated debt payments and navigating inflation in all areas, including supplies, insurance, and fuel. I think a lot of folks have woken up to the reality that you simply can't pay what was being paid for used equipment, and let's say rentals in this aspect, driver pay, etc., and then go chase spot rates that have declined 40% year to date. You're not going to last very long in the environment. Derek Leathers, chairman, president, and CEO of Werner Enterprises, explained to investors at Cowen's Transportation Conference on Wednesday. It's a troubling place to be, and that's where your business is operating. You got a shrinking bowl of freight with a large level of participants. All right. That's very important. This last thing he said right here. You got a shrinking bowl of freight with a large level of participants. Basically what he's saying is a lot of people are in the space now. I know a lot of people fell out the space, but there's a lot more people in the space now than there were last year. All right. Freight is getting smaller. Why? Because volume is going down. Why is volume going down? It's just like I talked in the video, I think yesterday, just the past few videos, I've been really implementing and focusing on this. Volume is down, but you got this many more people, right? Last year, the hoopla, oh, these rates. Everybody was in such an uproar for these Amazon rates. And there's a lot of people out there thinking they're going to see that again this year. You're not going to see that. I know it's people pumping it. I know people are gassing people up. I'm telling you, you're not going to see those rates. I'm calling it. If I'm wrong, I'll be the first person to come on here and say, you know what, I was wrong. All right. But I'm telling you, I've called 3 things so far since I've been doing this YouTube thing, and they've all came into fruition. All right. You're going to see a peak season. It's not going to be the peak season from last year. By far. You're not going to see that. The volume is low. There's no PPP. I'm calling it the PP peak season. That's what was last year, the PP peak season, all right? Because people had money, you had stimulus, you had this, you eat idle, PUA, PPP, the child care thing where the people with kids were getting the money every week or every month. I don't know, but it was a lot of money going around. The volume is down. You're not going to see that this year. You're not going to see that. You're going to see a peak season. It's going to probably be a normal peak season, guys. Normal. Maybe a little less than normal. Volume is going to go up, rates are going to slightly go up, but it's not going to be like those numbers last year were just like maybe once in a lifetime type thing. If we get another pandemic or some type of other economic disaster or something, then yeah. But when you're dealing with a sense of normality and when normality is back in place, then you have to go back to a normal way of thinking, right? The consumer isn't spending money. I've showed reports in multiple videos. You got articles that are still coming out after I made a video 2 weeks ago. I did the part 2 days ago because I see people still hyping up peak season like they're finna get rich. You're not gonna get rich off of peak season. That peak season last year was once in maybe a lifetime. It's back to normal now, guys. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. So, man, for these rental trucks, guys, I'm just being honest with you. If you're in an expensive rental, and you know who you are, you might be sitting there listening to me now, like, man, I'm in an expensive. I ain't making no money. If you're in an expensive rental, you got a decision to make. You can continue to operate at a loss, or you can continue to work hard to break even, to keep Penske in business, or to keep Ryder in business, or to keep Budget in business. You know what I'm saying? Or what's the Penske Ryder? Yeah, to keep all those Enterprise in business, or you can make the right business decision. You're in business to make money, not give other people money and work for free, or not spend money. You're not go to work to spend money. Nothing come in. It's costing you to work. It shouldn't cost you to work. All right, working should bring in revenue, not revenue going out. All right, so that's my spiel, guys, and that's just from the deep down in my soul, bottom of my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your rental is exceeding your earning potential, because then you got to factor in your fuel too. Now, the national average for diesel is $5.01 a gallon right now. All right. So the more you work, the harder you work, the more expensive it's going to be. All right. So let's move on to peak season. I mean, this is a good way to transition to peak season since we kind of touching on it anyway, and I'm kind of going in and out of peak season. I'm trying to push through this thing. Like I said, peak season, we're not going to see that last year peak season. All right. I went over this in the last video. The consumer. The consumer has been showing us behavior all year. My channel is going to always be from a different perspective from other people's channels, other people's content. I don't watch other people. I look at people's stuff here and there, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to all the people who make content in the box trucking space. My content is going to always be from a perspective where I'm looking at the whole industry logistically, whole logistics industry. I don't just focus on middle mile or final mile or just Amazon relay. I look at the whole scope. And then I monitor the consumer behavior, because that consumer behavior is going to dictate to me if the volume is going to go up or down. Like I've been saying this, and I've been telling people lately in the video that if you monitor the consumer behavior, that's going to let you know if freight is going to be up or down. All right. People aren't spending money. Just like the article said, you got a bunch of people in a shrinking bowl of freight. All right. So if you got more people in the industry that's now with box trucks, people steady trying to get in. I mean, I got people every day booking coaching sessions that want me to help them, guide them coming in. You got people still trying to get in, right? You got people that are trying to get in for the peak season because they remember last peak season, or they heard about last peak season. They say, okay, I'm gonna be ready this peak season. They're just looking to get in for the peak season. But guess what? The cost of entry right now to get in is high, because person who's getting in for just the peak season, they're not buying a truck. They're going to rent a truck, right? If they can find one. And then if they find one, guess what? They're going to get taxed. And then you're expecting these ungodly rates of last year, and you're not going to see those rates. I'm not going to promote a PP peak season. I'm going to promote a regular peak season, a normal peak season. That's what you're going to see. All right. So, like this article said, let me pull this back up here. One more second. This is key. You got a shrinking bowl of freight. Shrinking bowl means volume is down with a large level of participants. It's a lot of people still getting into this game. It's a lot of people getting into this game. Leather thinks some of the capacity that was added wasn't necessarily incremental as leaving just as fast as it showed up. Freight is leaving just as fast as it shows up. Like a lot of people out here, they complain like, man, stop taking these loads, and da-da-da-da. Man, people taking loads, people who are operating a loss are taking anything they can get their hands on just so they can make cost. A lot of people taking certain loads just so they can make cost. So they snatching up everything. And that's what he's saying. He pointed to a reduction in net activation Department of Transportation authorities, which have been in decline for 13 straight weeks. All right. Further, he believes the added capacity was more of a migration out of owner-operator models or company driver models into these new registrants that were chasing the robust market. That's what we're talking about, that last year peak season. Now that the market has soured and costs are at an all-time high, the group is moving back to company fleets, which may be inflating employee counts throughout the industry. All right. So just be mindful, guys, going into this peak season. Make sure that you're not planning for something a lot more than what it may be. And I think if you go into it with an open mind and you pay attention to the consumer behavior, you'll be able to call it like how I call it. That's it. Just pay attention to consumer behavior. When you see the consumer starting to shift and people are starting to buy more, then you can expect more volume and more work coming. When you see people not spending, when you look at these reports and when you see the news saying, man, this company is down 28%, that company is down 15%, this company is down 5%, this company is down 4%. People aren't just going to not spend money all year and then just in November spend money. All right. They're not spending money for a reason. They're not spending money for a reason. I think a lot of people overspent last year. A lot of people bought property that was overpriced. Fuel went up, daycare went up. A lot of people were getting that child care, I don't know, was it called child care initiative or whatever they were giving to the parents last year and year before as a stimulus for child care. All that money is gone. A lot of people got accustomed to that money, thought it was going to last forever. A lot of people jumped into brand new cars last year. What did they say about that? They said, man, a lot of these finance companies at these car dealerships approve people for cars they couldn't afford. Why did they approve them for cars they couldn't afford? Because they looked at the stimulus money, they looked at the child care money, they looked at the PPP and the EIDL as income, and they shouldn't have looked at it as income. So that made people's income level go up. And then they approved them for cars that in normal situations they wouldn't have got approved for. That's why you got auto repossessions are at an all-time high right now. All this correlates with what we do in trucking. All of this correlates with this. If we're at all-time high, people getting their cars repoed, what does that tell you? I know why they're getting their cars repoed, because they bought cars last year they couldn't afford, or they normally wouldn't have gotten approved for. But the finance companies were so thirsty, they looked at all that stimulus money as income, and that's not income. Now that stimulus money is gone and these people are back to making their regular wages, they still got that car note. Person going in there probably only got approved for a Chevy Malibu. They gave them a Chevy Impala, but they might not got approved for that Impala in normal situations, in normal circumstances, but they still stuck with the note on it. It's a lot going on right now that weigh into why volume is down. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at all of that. That's why I can confidently make these predictions. I can confidently make these. When I first came into YouTube 4 months ago, I said, wait for a box truck. The price is going to come down. I got some flack, and I was a new kid on the block. I still got some flack. Now look, so just, exercise a lot of caution. We are going to have a peak season. It's just not going to be like last year. Don't get your hopes up too high. All right, let's go into this box truck bubble. Let's go into this box truck bubble real quick. Let's talk about this real quick. Let me pull something up. Bubble. I should have had it pulled up. 1 second. All right, so I did this video the other day, and I described everything that happened up to now, and then the phase that we're going through now. All right, with a bubble. The video actually did pretty good. I didn't think it was going to be a video that a lot of people even clicked on and watched, but the engagement actually was really good. So we talked about the 5 stages of the bubble, right? We talked about the 5 stages of the bubble. All right. Displacement, right? Boom, euphoria, right? Profit taking and panic. All right. Obviously, right now we're in that panic phase. Why is people are panicking? All right. Why are they panicking? We had the displacement, which was the pandemic, right? People got out of work. A lot of people worked in industries that weren't essential. Those businesses had to close because of the mandates, forced people into gig work and to essential work, right? Then came the boom. Everything went up, right? Everything went up, right? Especially prices, right? A lot of people were making a lot of money, right? Those rates were sky high, right? Sky high. A lot of people getting money. That's the whole talk. So that boom phase, when those rates went up, that the word got spread. Attracted a lot of people into the game. A lot of people came into the game, right? Then you had your people promoting the game, your gurus, whether they fake gurus, real gurus, whatever, promoting people to come in. We getting money over here. And yeah, they were getting money over here. But a lot of those people that were promoting it never had intentions to stay in it for the whole time. All right, boom. That was the boom. Everybody's getting to the box truck craze. Then we hit the euphoria phase. All right, what caused that euphoria phase? Last year's peak season. The rates. Now, a lot of people that got into the industry, they didn't really realize that this wasn't the norm. All right. They didn't realize that those rates weren't normal. They just thought man, go get you a box truck. Man, I'm getting money with my box truck. Man, I made 10,000 last week. I made 10,000. Boy, I should have been doing this. But they didn't understand this wasn't normal. All right. People were pumping it up, pumping it up. Yeah, it was a good time to get money, but you bought in at a very high price. And a lot of people were telling people to buy in at this high price. The cost of entry was very, very high. But what they didn't realize was what goes up must come down. And so are those rates. But guess what? If you buy this truck at 85, you buy this $30,000 truck at 85,000, that's a contract. You locked into that, buddy. You locked into that. The rates that you send on the low board, them coming down quicker than you can imagine. But you're still gonna be stuck in that $85,000 truck. That's really only 30,000. Rentals, you can always walk away from your rent. You can turn it in. So again, to the people that's sitting there with these expensive rentals that's frustrated, not making no money, man, you got to really make a decision. All right. So we hit that euphoria phase. Everybody's just in a euphoric phase. They're just thinking this is going to last forever. It's going to last forever, which takes us to profit taking. Now, this is where all the fake gurus and all those people, the false prophets, the smart money, we call them smart money in business, because they just ride waves. I can't really fault them. It ain't on them. It's on the people who follow. You got to do your own due diligence in business. A lot of people just had a lump sum of money at the time, and they just wanted to. It was just like the perfect time for something to boom, because people had this lump sum of money. People were looking to do something with it, invest into a business, and the box truck craze was doing. So they took the PPP or wherever they got this lump sum of money from and jumped in without doing any research. The money was there, so they did it. Didn't do no research. Smart money, I can't get mad at people that bought in that was smart money, because ultimately, if I would have took my money and jumped in without doing my own due diligence, that's really on me. That's really on me. I played the stock market and the crypto market. They played the box truck game like a person played the stock market and the crypto market. They took their money and something was running. They bought trucks. They ran those trucks. And as soon as they seen it coming down, they got out. Now, they made it seem like they got out for other reasons, to save face on YouTube and stuff like that. But they never had intentions to stay in this thing for the long haul. Now, anyway, if you go look at some of the channels, the ones that are still around, they doing different things now. They on to the next thing that's popular. They don't even talk about box trucks no more. They don't even talk about box trucks no more. Right? They took their money and ran. That we call that the profit taking phase. They pull out, they jump in, they ride that wave to the top, they get their money, they take their profits out. Guess what? They bought in, they sold their truck higher than what they bought it for. And then they made money along the way. They saw it coming down. It was inevitable. They sold their truck at a higher rate than what they bought it for. They made all the money on their way up to the top. Now they own to other things. I don't have to say the names of these people. A lot of these people are still on YouTube, some of them may, but they talking about other stuff. They ain't talking about box trucks no more. They ain't talking about box trucks in 5-6 months. They got out in April, March. Smart money. They took their money and ran. Panic. That's what a lot of people are dealing with now. That's the phase that we're dealing with now. A lot of people are these costs are eating away at people. A lot of people that got into the industry during that boom phase bought in at a very high buy-in rate. And now everything is shrank. Everything went down, but they're still stuck with those high expenses. So people are panicking right now. They don't know what to do. What should I do? What should I do? I got this truck. What should I do? What should I do? I'm in a high rental. What should I do? I'm not making no money. Can you help me make some money? Where's the money? The rates are too low. Like I said in the video, who said the rates are too low? Who said the rates are too low? I don't think the rates are too low. I think they're normal. I think the rates are normal. And that's just me personally. All right. So you got to understand business. We can't get mad at I don't get mad at I know that people are false prophets. I know people are what you call false prophets and fake gurus, and you got people out there that scam people and all type of stuff. I mean, but it just comes to a point where you gotta, like, man, I'm being honest. Some people gotta hold themselves accountable and hold themselves responsible for making the decisions. I understand a lot of people had that money and they just wanted to jump into an industry, but I don't care if you got the money. You still got to do your due diligence. You got to do your due diligence, because I think if people would have did their due diligence, they would have understood that they would be hopping into an industry in the midst of a bubble. What goes up must come down. It can't stay that way forever. No one's going to buy a $30,000 truck with 250,000 miles, 300,000 miles. That's 8 years old for 85. The truck don't even cost that much brand new. It's a cab. When you buy a truck from a dealer or a manufacturer, it's the cab and the chassis. An outside company builds the box. And the box is usually aluminum or wood. Truck don't cost that much money. I bought a truck brand new for 30 grand. So I can't. So my best advice to people is, man, you got to shrink your overhead. All right, those rates, we're not going to see high rates like that. We're back to normal, damn near. All right, so if you are a person who bought into the industry at that time, you gotta face reality, like holding on and hoping. You're gonna be hoping until you broken, and that's no cap. You gotta reset and start fresh, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm bold enough to tell you that. I've had to take a step back in business plenty of times. It doesn't make sense to keep operating at a loss. But yet and still, every week, people ask me, man, this rental. And these prices just keep getting more ridiculous and more ridiculous. You're not going to make any money. Gas is too high. Insurance is high. If your rental, here's the thing, certain things you can control and certain things you just can't. Insurance is insurance. All right. I got a lot of people that I mentee that are in their mid to early 20s. Insurance is going to be high anyway. Can't control that. Your age. Inner city, okay, boom. Can't control that. Can't control where you live. Sometimes you can't control where you park the truck. You know what I'm saying? All these things factor into how much you're going to pay. Fuel, you can't control that. The fuel is the fuel. Whether it's high or low, you can't control the fuel. You can control how much you pay for your truck. You can control that. So certain costs are just going to be high. You got to alleviate things that you can control that you're paying a higher cost for, to kind of balance things out so you can see some profit, man. If you're paying high truck note, high rental, high insurance, high fuel, how are you going to make money? So I had to say this because I don't want, listen, book me for coaching and mentorship to help guide you. Don't book me for me to tell you you're not going to make any money. If you got high rates and things like that, you can book me to help maneuver you out of it. But if it's just too far done, I'm going to be like, man, you got to get out of that rental. I'm not going to sell you no dream. I'm not going to do it so you can keep coming back to me. And in my head, I know you're not going to make it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you need to get out that rental. Get out that rental, find you something cheaper. Don't spend no more money on that rental. Take it back right now. And that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm not going to sell nobody no dream so they can keep coming back to me and keep giving them strategies when I know these strategies ain't going to work, because I know they overhead. They not going to ever be able to come from under their overhead. The people that come to me for mentorship before they go buy the truck, I say, no, this is where you want to be. I wouldn't spend no more than that. Me personally, I'm not spending no more than $650. If I'm OTR, $650 is it. That's it. And my mileage got to be in the teens. I understand it's going to be a little bit higher than what I would normally pay, but I can't 20, 29, 30, 38 cents. No. 20 cents is the max I would probably do if I was OTR. Final mile, I could probably spend a little bit extra $750 a week. Why? Because a final round mile is going to average me $1,000 a day. One day will cover my costs. I still got 6 other days to go. That's how I look at it. Moving, okay, I'll pay $1,000 for a rental truck for moving. Why? Because I'm doing 4-5 bedroom house moves 4 days a week. Each day is going to make $3-4 grand. So who cares, right? But if you're running middle mile, the harder you work, the more money it's going to cost you, right? Because you're spending 30 cents a mile, 25 cents a mile. Then you're paying 1,400, 1,500, 1,700, 2,200, whatever for the truck. Then the gas. You're operating some of these trucks average somewhere between 3 and 10 miles per gallon. So if you're really working, then that's more money you're spending in fuel. All right, so that's the box truck bubble. I got somebody that wanted to come on and share their situation. They turned their truck in. I've been getting a lot of this, but I got somebody that wants to come on, just share their situation. And maybe if there's somebody out there, hey Tremaine, if you want, go ahead. Let me drop this link. You can come on. I'm gonna put this link in the chat, and you can come on and share before we get into this Q&A. We can get into this Q&A, and hey, I know that spiel might there's somebody out there that hopefully I touched them or not touched them, but hit a what's called the nerd, not the nerd, but maybe I don't know, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Look, get out them high rentals. Hopefully, there's somebody out there that's in a situation like that and they needed to hear this. There's no reason to keep struggling. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason to keep struggling. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, big bro?
Chilling. Let me get this overlay out of here. Hold on one second. What's going on?
I'm bearing it down, bro. Bearing it down, man.
So go ahead and tell us what happened, because I know I didn't get a chance to talk to you.
Man, our rental was too expensive. I had a budget rental. I started my business in April. Actually, I started off
This year.
This year, April. Yep, this year, April. Bought my truck. I ain't buy my truck. I rented my truck April 18th from budget.
Okay.
From the jump, one of the budget managers said that he would match a price, any price that somebody was out there trying to give me. And so I was like, all right, cool. So we had a $650 price with Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't have no trucks. So they was promising me $6, but they didn't have no trucks, and they never got back with me about no trucks or anything. So we went with budget, and we talked to the manager, and like that same week that we talked to him, he said that he would match it. All of a sudden, the game changed, and he was like, "I can't match it." Well, the price that we got the rental for was $810 plus tax was close to $9, and 25 cents a mile.
Okay.
When I started off, I said it'd be cool if I can get in with Amazon, possibly get a contract with them or something like that. When the door, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot, because we posted our truck and we had took a regular load, and when we took the regular load, they posted us on the truck, and so I couldn't get back in time because I was like 4 or 5 hours away.
Right.
So that kind of shot me down right there, dropped my rating down. I didn't really get into Amazon until May. My first week with the truck, I was dealing with Mothership.
Okay.
To me, Mothership sucks.
Okay.
I'm keeping 100 with you. I rarely ever seen an order over $400. If you did see an order over $400, you got like 7, 8 deliveries. That's your whole day. So you riding here, you riding there, you riding here, and I'm in Eastville, California. So most of Mothership loads is based in LA.
Okay.
That's like an hour. That's an hour away from me. So if I want to pick a load, I gotta drive that way, unless I can find something out this way.
So you think it was bad because of your market, since you weren't in the big city?
Mothership?
Yeah.
You know what? With Mothership, I would say people really rarely average 3-4 loads a day. Maybe they do. Maybe they do 4-5 loads a day. But when you got one load that you pick up and you got to make 6 deliveries or 5 deliveries in different places of California, you guaranteed to get caught in traffic. That without a doubt, that's gonna slow you down right there. Just traffic alone gonna slow you down. So what may take 4 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours to do it, because you got to understand, you might go from let's just say Eastvale to Anaheim, from Anaheim to Ontario or something like that. You know, they crazy with their loads, but you rarely see anything over $400. So I would tend to look for the smaller loads. I can find two drops, pick up and drop off. Okay. Which is what you really want to do. So I didn't really like Mothership, so I got involved with Amazon. I shot myself in the foot without a doubt, but then it started getting better. And then I had another instance where my postal truck was never took down, and so it shot me down again. So I kind of shot myself in the foot with that a little bit. But as time went along, it really did start getting. I started seeing a little bit light, because I wound up making 3,500 and 3,800, then turn around and make 4,100 and 4,800. When I made 4,800, that was like my best week. But bro, I did a lot of goddamn miles on that one. I did a lot of miles making that
4,800. How much did it cost you to make that 48? You know,
my rental truck, not mentioning gas, was that week I paid 2,200
for your rental truck.
Yep, for my rental truck, because I put a lot of miles.
And you pay what, a quarter of a mile, right?
Yep, a quarter of a mile. So it's 18, and you got to think about the tax that they add with that. So it would round up to about damn near 900. Then 25 cents a mile on top of that. So I wound up paying close to 2,200, 2,250, something like that. So that kind of killed me right there.
How much did you spend in gas? Do you remember how much you spent in gas that week?
Ooh, gas, man. Gas was crazy, because that back then, that's when gas was really kind of high. The closer you get to the city, the gas was going up to $6.99, $7, $7.24 in some areas. And I was going out of the area.
So you lost on that 4,800 then.
I was along the coast. So some of them spots down the coast, gas was $7.15, $7.10. So I would try to pick my spots. I would try to stretch the chicken. I would try to stretch it out, man, and take it as far as I can and start coming back before I try to put some more gas in there. But gas was killing me, and on top of that, the rental, so that was messing me over too. And after that week, Amazon, it's like they completely drop all the loads off the board. And then I wasn't dealing with that board and the rest of them. I didn't deal with them for the simple fact I was just trying to prepare myself for a peak season, get my grade up, try to pop me off. Some consistent. I was just trying to stay local because my daughter just started school. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I was trying to stay around the crib for a minute. But then I figured, man, I got to get over the road. If I'm going to make some money, I got to get over the road. Amazon not dropping no load for like 3 weeks straight. If you did see a load on there, they want you to go to Phoenix for $300 something, or go to, I seen some Vegas on there. I was making more going along the coast, $800 a trip going along the coast, than to go Vegas, which was the same amount. They was charging $3 something to go to Vegas. And it's like, man, that's not making no sense. I'm basically gonna be paying y'all to take y'all load there, and then I don't have nothing coming back.
Right.
So you got to kind of pick and choose what I was doing. So if I came to the point where if I'm gonna go somewhere, I got to really just sit there and try to search this load board and catch an Amazon facility, and hopefully I can get something to go somewhere else. And what I was doing, I was really deadheading a lot of time, a lot of back. You know what I'm saying? Most of the farthest part that I had went along the coast was like 200 miles in Louis Obispo, and you ain't getting nothing coming back. So I was deadheading back, and through the morning when I get back closer to LA, I would try to catch me a mothership load to compensate for what I was doing. You know, maybe I could find something that's going to get me back to my crib, or maybe do a couple loads. So I was just driving my ass off, man, and that shit was just racking up because I go 268 there. Shit, I gotta go 268 back.
So let me ask you this: so you and you turned your truck in last week, right?
Yeah, last week.
So do you think it was the overhead that?
Yeah, my overhead was too
high.
expensive.
All right, so
because I added insurance, right? We kind of took a plan that accounted for us paid for 6 months. So we had a year-long plan, but I could pay it off in 6 months and have a 6-month grace period for the next 6 months. Even though you got to put money away, I still will have 6 months where I ain't got to pay no insurance.
Who are you insured through? Who are you insured through?
Say that again.
Who are you insured through?
It was. I went through a progressive broker that had got me United something, man. I forgot who they was. I didn't like them.
Okay.
And the reason I didn't like them is because a couple months ago my truck broke down.
Okay.
So Budget put me in a truck that wasn't really even working that well. I was a 2015 Freightliner. I told them in the door that the tires were bad, so then they didn't want to do nothing. They said my mechanics say these are good and all that. Well, I'm telling you they bad. Well, wind up, they a tire went bald basically. So then they brought me in to change one. Then the mechanic told him, man, he need 4 tires now. So now I'm all this taking time out of my day. You know what I'm saying? This is taking time off my clock. You know, I'm ticking. So they wind up putting 4 tires on the back, doing this tire, and then they had to do an oil change. Okay. So they wind up doing an oil change. Doing this oil change, they see that they would need a brake. So instead of doing rotors and pads, they just slapped some pads on there. I'm doing my pre-trip inspection. See a big ass crack straight through the rotor, and I'm going through weigh scales every day.
Right.
If I get pulled over, I'm fucked. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my language, but I'm messed up if I go through a weigh scale and they see that. So wind up turning that truck in so they could do the rotors on it. The rotors on back order. So now they put me in a different truck, which was good, brand new truck basically. But they was like, this truck is not supposed to be going so far and all that. So what happened after that was my insurance wouldn't take one of the trucks off because they was like, we don't like dropping trucks in and out of our insurance and off the list. So I'm basically carrying 2 trucks on my insurance.
But you only got one truck.
But I only got one truck, and the other truck is in the shop.
Wait. So you got one truck that you were driving. You had another truck that was in the shop, but they both were rentals, right?
They both was rentals.
Right. But so the truck that was in the shop was the original truck that they gave you, right?
Right.
So when that truck was going to come out the shop, they was going to swap you back in. If you were renting, they just swapped you trucks. Why you just?
Because they didn't want me to use the new truck they got. They said on their policy, they district managers didn't want them to put these trucks out. There was a Ford 650 Super Duty. He said they don't want these trucks to be going long distance and miles and all that.
That was the brand new truck, right?
Yep, that was the brand new truck.
And then the truck that was in the shop, what year was that?
2015.
All right, so basically that was something key that he just said right there, and that just further reiterates what I say all the time with the rental truck companies. They're trying to prolong their trucks because manufacturing is down. Manufacturing is slow. So the new trucks, the scarce amount of new trucks that they're getting in, you heard that. They only want them to go over the road because they want to keep
Right.
the mileage down because there's too much uncertainty in the market for when manufacturing is going to pick back up or if it does pick back up. So that was key right there that you just said. And if the rental truck companies are doing that with brand new trucks, putting those caps on them, they don't want to. They really want to prolong them because, like I said, it's too much uncertainty, and uncertainty isn't
Yeah.
good. Uncertainty is not good, especially when you're entering into a business. If you're entering a business with too much uncertainty, you have to enter with extreme caution. So,
So,
man,
yeah.
that's messed up, man. I'm sorry that happened, man.
Oh, it's all good. I live another day because I voluntarily revoked my authority, so I can always come back when I'm ready to come back, and I got to come back more correct. I'm gonna come back with my own truck. If I'm gonna come back with a box truck, I might come back with a semi this time. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Mhm.
trying to get out there and get my CDL and come better. But
Yeah.
when I really looked at it, man, to start off, we started off with 10 grand to get in, and from the door we had problems with the insurance. So when we looked at the numbers, and I wind up paying almost $26K for the rental truck and $10,000 plus for the insurance. With them knowing that I revoked my authority, now they only want to give me $482 back, which is some BS because we paid them over 10K for it, but they trying to say that we had 2 trucks now. So
Yeah, they should have pulled that one truck off. Like I hear what they saying, but at the end of the day, to pay for insurance on 2 trucks that you only driving one, that's I would have to talk to you offline. I can't say it on this
I
live
feel you.
because I'm gonna
I
post
feel
it
you.
and but yeah, I can't
We
tell you on
we
this live.
we
I
fight,
can't
we,
tell
we
you on the
fight
live.
with them right now, so it's a lot
Yeah,
of things
I
that's
can't
gonna
tell
go
you on the
on with that
live.
right now.
Yeah, I can't really tell you on the live. But off live, we welcome the chat, and I can kind of help direct you because they gotta pay you back for that. And if it needs to go where I really want to say, but I can't say it for the sake of the live, then I would definitely take it there. You know what I'm saying? Because you're renting a truck. If you're renting a truck, are your sole employee. You're the employer, and the employee is just you. You can't drive 2 trucks.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You can't drive and operate 2 rental trucks at that. You know what I'm saying? They swapped you out one truck that was down for another truck. So the insurance
Yeah.
should swap that VIN to that, to the new truck's VIN and swap all the specs out to the new one, and that be the end of that. Like I've been in this game for, and whenever I need to hit my broker up, that's what they're there for. In the moving
Right.
industry, certain buildings we can't enter unless we add the building and the management company to the certificate of insurance as additionally insured. Every week I'm hitting him like, this building wants additionally insured. This building wants additionally insured. I need you to have the insurance company add this company, this management company, because when we go into these properties, somebody slips and falls, they want to indemnify themselves from any liability, so they want to be added on our policy for the day.
Right.
I have to hit them up every week. That's what they're there for.
It was all a learning experience for me, man. No, I dealt with C.H. Robinson. C.H. Robinson was pretty cool, but it's just hard to find box truck loads with C.H. Robinson. It's really hard to find them with C.H. Robinson. I tried with that board a couple times and got kind of shut down, maybe because my authority was so new. I probably got shut down because of that. But I when it was too late, I kind of got up on different load boards and was trying to get in on the load boards, and it was kind of late. And I didn't have my proper equipment, even though I ran into a lot of guys that don't care about an ELD system. They just truck it. They just do it. And I needed to be right. I wanted to be right and correct, just in case something happened with me. You know what I'm saying?
No, you did right.
So
you did right. You did
So
right.
when I finally did get my ELD system, it was just coming down, and it was just a little too late. That's another expense right there because you're paying for an ELD system
Right.
that you got to contract yourself to. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it just got kind of hectic for me, and I it's all good. A learning experience is a learning experience. I wanted people to know what had happened, share what happened with me. Maybe there's somebody going through the same thing and they need to get it right, man. But my overhead was just too much, man. And when I ain't even mentioned gas, bro. I messed my wife's business card up on the gas side.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? I messed that card completely up.
You still owe him?
Oh yeah, I owe that. It's gonna be a little while. That's why I'm trying to get a gig now so I can go and help pay them back.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, on the gas, that's crazy, bro. And then most companies want you dealing with fleet core and A to B. They want you to get gas this week and pay next week. Shoot, man, I tried to get a Shell card, and that mod from Shell told me we want direct daily pay.
Yeah, it's getting rough. It's getting
you
rough
get gas
now.
today, we want you to pay. We want you to pay that back right away.
Yeah, it's getting rough out here, man. It's getting every third party company is getting stricter and stricter. So
yeah, so in my head, if somebody gonna get into the business, man, you don't rent. Try to get you something. Credit do play a big role in a lot of things, man. My credit ain't the best. I keep it 100. I'm in the 500s right now, and I'm trying to work on that and build up. So when I come back, I come back right. I just come back right. Make sure you got some money put away because it's gonna get pricey. It's gonna get pricey. And the way the trucks was, man, every truck that you was looking at least when I got in, trucks that was 60, 70, 80, 90,000 for 200,000, 300,000 miles on these trucks, man. And I mean, you buying a car, you buying a Audi, you might as well go and buy your Audi. You know what I'm saying? And man, but learning curves. I revoked my own authority to save my business. My business is still open. I just don't got my numbers. That's all. And my business is going to keep on building on the credit side. Keep on adding money into my account like never before. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes.
Well, man, I appreciate you sharing. Hopefully your story can help somebody else out. They might be going through the same thing. I appreciate you coming on for sharing your story.
They don't want to rent to you, man. A lot of these companies don't want to rent to you, man. If you knew, they want you to have a year, 2 years, 3 years. Penske told me 3 years in the game before they rent me a truck. Ryder told me a year, and Velocity told me a year before they rent me a truck. Only people I could go to was Budget or Enterprise. But the difference between Budget and Enterprise was the mile situation. Enterprise give you less miles than Budget, really, but they was better on the price, but they don't want you driving too far because then they're gonna want to try to take the truck away from you. Budget will let you go as many miles as your ass want to go because they gonna get that money about you.
Right.
But and I will say this too. It's what people know. It's who people know, because some people got people in them businesses locked down where they could get those really good prices on some trucks and stuff like that, man.
Yeah, I mean, this a lot has changed in the game. A lot has changed, and a lot of players in the game have made it hard for other people. The good thing, it's a good thing that the box trucking industry got popular and stuff. But when anytime it gets popular, it's gonna come a lot of bad actors. You know, then it's just that when the popularity came, there were people that got in the game to go about the game the right way, and there were some people that got in the game that may have started wanting to go the right way, but then they got into a jam and they knew they was on their way out, and on their way out, they man, people done stole freight, people done ran off with trucks. It's just all type of things that have been going on within the past year and a half that's really making it tougher and tougher and tougher for a lot of the newcomers.
And it's crazy you
You know
say
what
that
I'm saying?
too, because that was the lady at Budget said to me.
Yeah.
One of the
Yeah.
ladies at Budget one of the ladies I was dealing with, she said that they had gave a truck out to somebody, and that person just took the truck, disappeared. Every time she tried to call them, they was giving her a script, but they was in another state. They wind up putting a warrant out for the truck. They found the truck in Ohio with him in Ohio, and they repoed the truck from him, but he had to put like 35,000 miles or something like that on the truck because he was just going to work on it. He didn't care, you know. And
Right.
and she told me, you know, she was like, man, you one of the good ones. At least you pay on time, but y'all raping the hell out of me. I'm paying on time, but y'all raping me like crazy. Y'all call me like clockwork, you know. But I could get mad, you know. I took it on the chin, man. I could get back up, man. I got knocked out for a few seconds,
It's all
but
good.
I'm back. I'm be back, man. I'm coming back, and I'm come back strong.
We're gonna talk offline because I gotta
Come
tell
back
you,
stronger, bro.
I gotta tell you how to handle that situation with the double insurance. But I'm gonna go ahead and jump into this Q&A. I appreciate you coming on, and just hit me
Yes, sir.
in the DM or hit me you know, on the page or whatever, and we gotta try to get you
Yes,
some
sir.
money back
Got you.
for that insurance, man.
No doubt, bro. I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you checking in.
Thanks for having me on, man.
No
Blessings,
problem.
bro.
Anytime, man. All right, guys. All right. So, you know, I hate to hear stories like that, man. But the unfortunate thing is, I've been hearing a lot of stories like that lately, man. Like every week, I hear a couple stories like that, and you know, unfortunately, you know, I wasn't, you know, I first started YouTube in April, and I think, man, maybe if I jumped on last year, maybe 2020, 2021, maybe I would have been able to help more people. It's just unfortunate that we're in this last phase of this bubble, and this is the worst phase. You know what I'm saying? This is the phase that all those other phases, the cause of all those other phases, this is the effect phase. This is the phase we're dealing with, and a lot of people are just it's just every week I'm hearing 2-3 stories like that, and it's just not good, man. So I'm opening up the Q&A, so go ahead and start hitting me with your questions. Hit me with your questions. I'm gonna start at the top and see if I see any questions, and I'll start answering them as I come down the line here. So Q&A session. The link is up there too if you want to jump on. I think I'm monetized now, so all right. Super chats obviously get pushed to the front of the line, and I'll start at the top. So go ahead and drop your question, and I'll get to it. It's the smaller channels like March that give the most sauce and real information with no BS. Eric, appreciate that. Blessings. All right, what we got? Go ahead and drop your questions. Mississippi in the building, VA in the building, Houston, Texas in the business. Hit the like for me, guys. If you guys have been getting some value out of this content, please do me a favor, hit the like so we can shoot into the algorithm a little bit more. Go ahead and hit that like button for me, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. We do this every Tuesday night at 7:30 p.m. We talk about trucking, we share information, and we talk about everything centered around logistics industry. All right, hit that like button for me. Subscribe to the channel. We got New York in the building. what happened with Amazon 2 weeks ago. Oh, they just made some changes. Safety ratings. Some people got kicked off. They had a low safety score, and they stopped the double booking. So you can't double book. No more double booking. Some was going on. Checking in from Ohio. What's going on? You got somebody else from Chicago. A lot of Chicago in the building tonight. A lot of Chicago in the building tonight. We are representing. Chi-Town is in the building tonight. All right, you dropping 100% facts, my guy. Appreciate it, man. I just try to keep it funky, man, all the way around the board, man. I don't want to mislead anybody. I'm going to tell people the honest to God truth. Sometimes people don't like the truth, you know what I'm saying? Or sometimes they may need to hear the truth, but they don't want to accept the truth. But the thing is I can't do nothing but tell you the truth. The last thing I'm going to do is further put somebody into a tougher situation that they're in so they can keep coming to me, and I just tell them, feed them BS so they can keep coming to me and spend more money that they already don't have because they're not making no money on their truck. You know what I'm saying? No. If it's not right, I'm going to tell you, no, it's not right. I'm not going to sugarcoat nothing. It's got to make sense if you're written. Definitely got to make sense. Am I going to be able to watch this live back? Yes, I repost all the lives. As soon as I go off the air, it should be up. It should be up. Wake up call. I know I dropped some stuff earlier. And I hope a lot of people took that information in and took it in the right way. Let's see here. Enterprise didn't want to rent to me because she claims FedEx getting all their trucks for peak season. That's another thing too. I'm glad Stanley, you mentioned that. Peak season is coming, so Enterprise, UPS, even Amazon, they rent for peak season. They start loading up around September. Actually, I used to be a U-Haul dealer at my yard, and we would rent out trucks to UPS, and they would keep them all the way into January. And these companies, they have contracts with them that every year they're going to supply them with so many trucks. So it may be hard, even if you're getting in right now. Any truck that comes in, they got a source for FedEx, UPS, and Amazon. That's a good point, man. All right, so we're in the Q&A section, guys. We in the Q&A section of this podcast. So go ahead and go on ahead and hit your questions down below, and I'll get to them. Super chats jump the line. Other than that, you gotta wait your turn, but super chats will jump the line, and I'll get to your question right away. Let's see here. Trucking Out the Box, there's the one that did this telling everybody to rent a box truck. That's another channel, right? Trucking Out the Box, they're the ones that did this telling everybody to rent a box truck. Yeah, so I don't really get caught up. And here, let me just say this too, guys. How do I say this? How do I be politically correct and say this? Everybody has their choice of who they want to watch. I don't, I'm too busy doing my thing. I'm not really worried about no other. So when people tell me about other channels and stuff like that, that's cool and all, whatever. But at the end of the day, when you're going into business, right, you have to hold yourself accountable in some way, shape, form, or fashion. So if you're going to go out and you're going to hire a coach or you're going to hire a mentor, you need to do some serious background checks on that coach or that mentor. And it could just be as simple as asking them questions. Asking them questions. You know what I'm saying? Don't just jump out the window because you got the money readily available. You know what I'm saying? So, I get what a lot of people are saying when they dealt with. Trust me, I hear it all the time. People get on the coaching session. First thing they say, man, I did this with this person. I didn't get nothing out. But then I saw, and that's cool. But at the end of the day, sometimes you still got to hold yourself a little accountable, because research. It's okay to ask questions before you spend your money. You know what I'm saying? I did a coaching session this past Sunday with a guy. And this guy had a laundry list of questions before he booked me. And he had a 3-hour session. But he had a laundry list of questions before he booked me. He booked 3 hours. And then when he booked the hours, he had a bunch of questions. He interviewed me before he paid the money. So, and that was good. I don't have any issue with that. You know what I'm saying? And he did the right thing. You know what I'm saying? So, my thing is, most of these people, they have their resume up. They show you their whole journey. A lot of these YouTubers, they show you their journey. They show you that they just went into the box trucking game in 2021. So if people want to invest money, I don't care what the dollar amount is. See, a lot of people get hung up on the dollar amount. Here's why I don't. When people say things about, man, these people charging $2,500, these people find $5,000, $10,000, whatever people charging. You know why I don't get hung up on the dollar amount with people? Because value is only what you're willing to pay for something. That's what value is. If people pay for it, then that's what the value is. Value is only what you're willing to pay for something. So I don't get hung up. I get upset when people say they didn't get nothing out of something. But man, if person pay for that, then I can only fault that person. That person got to fault themselves because they didn't do the research, or they did the research. If you're willing to pay $10,000, $20,000, $15,000, I'm just throwing numbers out. I don't know. For people that have only been in the game a year and a half, what do you expect to get out of that? What do you expect to get out of? It took me 7-8 years to really say I mastered this industry. I was still making mistakes in 4 or 5 years, let alone my first year and a half, 2 years. So I really, when people say that, I be thinking like, man, if you watching these people on Instagram or on YouTube and they just got into the industry last year during the boom and they sell you a course for $5,000, whatever it is, you saw that they just got in. What more do you think they know than you? Other than the fact that they may be doing it already. So they can tell you things from a point of view from a person that's actually actively doing it right now. But a year and a half, 2 years in, I mean, what can they really? That's on the consumer. And then as far as the value, man, a value is only what a person is willing to pay for something. If I see something for $5,000 and I don't think it's worth $5,000, I'm not going to pay for it. And that's just the honest to God truth. The only thing I can do on this side is just continue to provide good content, as much free content, educational content as I can to dispel all the myths and all the rumors and all the false stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I can do. My contribution to helping this industry, the box trucking community, rather, rid itself of bad information is by giving good information and giving as much good information as I possibly can in volume. And that's what I do. I give as much as free information as I can in volume to drown out and to dispel all the bad information. All right. So I want people to remember this. Value is only what you're willing to pay for something. And before you start spending your money in business, period, investing into a coaching and a mentorship, that's investing into your business. That's a write-off. You pay for a person to tell you, give you advice. You do your research on people first. Do your research on people. Make sure that they're who they are or whatever. So I don't really get into those things where people talk about other people, Instagram influencers and all that other stuff, man. You got to do your due diligence. I don't communicate with people. Only one person reached out to me, and that was the person who I did the thing with a few weeks ago. Other than that, I don't know none of these people. But if I were getting into the game right now, I would, and I was looking for a mentor, I was looking for a coach, and I'm not going to drag this on. I'm going to get to the next question. I would really just do my due diligence and man, ask them some questions, and that's that. Let's get into that next one. But as far as that rental go, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never, me personally, I would never tell nobody to rent no truck at the high. You know, so whoever listened to somebody that told them to rent a high truck, then man, y'all need to go tell them to get y'all money back. That's straight up and down. That's straight up and down. If you listen to somebody told you to jump out here and go get a $900, $800, $750, $1,000, $1,200, $1,800. One lady said 2-3 lives ago, she said she was spending $2,500 a month. If you pay for somebody told you that was okay, then man, I'll go try to get my money back on the real. And that's straight up and down. Hey Mark, is it possible for you to email me your insurance broker? I was in the live last week. Are you in Chicago? My broker is only licensed in Illinois, so as long as you're in Chicago, y'all can send them. I've been offered Macy's final mile contract, $850 a day. They need a lot of trucks. Rental is crazy out here. I don't know what you think about this contract. If any owner wants to join venture, I'm open. $850 in Ohio, I'd be interested in that. $850 a day for Macy's, that's easy money. Hit me on my DM. I may be interested in that. I got a few trucks that's sitting. So hit me in my DM. I may be interested in that in Ohio. That's easy money. Macy's ain't. That's just like IKEA. Hit me in my DM, some. All these bad apples just gonna make regulations tighter. So basically, the thing with the bad actors or bad apples rather for the rental, the more they do goofball stuff. I really want to curse. I usually curse and get unwind on my lives, but man, my OG was watching last week and she was like, "You did too much cursing, Mark. Well, the show was good, but you did too much cursing." So I don't know if my mom is watching, so I'm not gonna curse. But the more people rent these trucks and do bad things with them, don't return them, and we talked about this like 3 weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? If you got a truck and they're calling you for it to bring it in for a PM, just bring them their truck. I know you want to make money. I know you running the risk of, man, I ain't gonna have a truck, man. But man, you got to do the right thing. Because then right things are gonna happen for you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if the truck got to do a PM, just be down for a day or two. And here's another thing. I want to talk about. And this is a myth I do want to dispel. And I'm keeping it 1,000 with you. If you're looking for a truck, I wouldn't go too far outside my region for a truck. And here's why. I got a mentee, he's actually in here, that got a truck from California, from Ohio, flew out to California, all right, picked up the truck, drove it from California back to Ohio. 3 weeks later, they called him to bring the truck back for a PM. California, Ohio is 2,000 miles. He was only allotted 6,000, I think, for the month or whatever. I don't even think he had a cap. But these trucks got to get PM'd every 6 to 7,500 miles. He burnt 2,000 miles driving from California back to Ohio. He burnt the other 4,000 miles prior to the PM. In the next 3 weeks, just running OTR. 3 weeks later, he had to drive the truck back from Ohio to California to get a PM. So your question is, why couldn't he get a PM in that state? And I explained this too. Certain trucks are local trucks. Certain trucks are one-way trucks. Different states are different LLCs. U-Haul and Penske are pretty much operate the same. You got the Penske of California LLC, Penske of Arizona LLC. They're each different. Each different market is a different marketing group, and they have a budget, and they're responsible for the trucks in that market. You got one-way trucks that are corporate, that go one way. If I go to Penske, I rent a one-way truck. I move from California to Chicago. I can drop that truck off in Chicago. But if it's a local truck, it has to go back to that market to get service, because that market's budget is paying for the servicing of that truck. Yes, Penske has its own shops, but at the end of the day, for the sake of the budget, it comes out of that marketing group's budget, that state's budget, that LLC's budget. If you look up these companies, you're going to see a bunch of different companies. Look up U-Haul and see how many U-Hauls. U-Haul of Illinois LLC, U-Haul of Nevada LLC, U-Haul of South Carolina. It's U-Haul, but under this holding umbrella, there's a bunch of different LLCs, and they do that for a reason. Penske is the same way. So if you rent a truck that's a local truck from California, it has to go back to that state, to that branch for the servicing, because the cost for that service for that vehicle is coming out of that marketing group's budget, not the marketing group in Ohio, for example. So I suggest that if you're going to rent a truck, I would stay in the region, because if you drive too far, you go too far across country, when it's time to PM that truck, you burning up the miles driving it back. Then you burning up more miles driving it back to drop it off, and you're paying for the miles. Just because they calling you for a PM and you don't want you to bring the truck back, if you got to drive 1,000 miles to bring them that truck back, they're not going to waive that 1,000 miles. They're not going to waive it. You feel me? So I would try to stick in the region. I wouldn't fly across country. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I would pick something up somewhere in my region. In my region. All right, let me get these questions. Let's see here. What are some of the sources you get your trucking news from? I'm just looking for more info to read. Freight Waves, Modern Shipper, Transport Times, a lot of them. CDL Life. There's plenty of trucking media companies out here that provide daily information. But those ones I just named are like the top, my top go-to ones. Q&A time, guys. Go ahead and drop your questions. Super chats jump the line. Super chats jump the line. Oh my God, what is Walmart sending me an email right now? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see something. All right, bet. All right, let's see here. Is it okay to start with the LLC before you get an S corp? I mean, I've always been S corps. All my businesses are S corps. I mean, if you're gonna start with an LLC, you might want to keep it an LLC. So if you want to go corp, just go corp. What I would do if I were you, I'd talk to my accountant and let your accountant know what you want, what you're planning on doing, and let him advise you on how to structure your business. Me, I do S corp because I have employees and stuff like that. If you're gonna be your own independent operator and you don't think you're gonna scale at a later date, then LLC may be the right thing for you. Me, I prefer to go S corp, dealing with employees. I don't want to be. I just want to be a high paid employee. I'm the president. I don't want any. I need to separate my personal from any liability that the company has. I know what it's like to be sued and things like that, and S corp protects me from all of that. So I don't care about paying my personal taxes and then the company being taxed and things of that nature. It works better for me when you're dealing with people, other people, employees, and things of that nature. If you're dealing with just yourself, then you can go the LLC route. LLC is similar to the sole proprietorship, but LLC gives you a little bit more protection. Q&A time, guys. Go ahead and drop them questions. That's tough. I have to pay drivers, hotel, etc. If you're running middle mile and you got people on the road, yep, you gotta pay hotel, you gotta pay all that. Q&A time. Go ahead and drop your questions. You're in Chicago, yeah. So man, go ahead and send me your go ahead and DM me, and then I'll send you the broker information. You gotta respect the man who respects his mom. 10-4, man. You gotta respect your mom, man. Got to respect your moms, man. All right, Q&A. Any more questions, guys? Any more questions? What time is it? Been on for an hour and 45 minutes. Questions, Q&A, guys. Q&A. Hey, Mark, you do moving trucks and final mile. Like, hey, Mark, you do moving trucks and final mile like you do? Do you need a 26-foot box truck, or can you make money in that lane with the smaller trucks? Yeah, you can make money with smaller trucks. You can make money with smaller trucks depending on what you're trying to do. You know, Chicago is a big market that you can make money with smaller trucks. I made more money with 16 footers than I ever made with 26 footers. You know, obviously I had the accounts that um required that size vehicle, but even on the moving side, you have to look. See, I've always looked at the bigger picture on things. I look at volume and I try to work smart, not hard. And my guys work that same way. Yes, for moving, make a lot more money doing a 4, 5, 6 bedroom home. A lot more money, right? But I look at it like this: that's a lot more work. It tires the guys out. I can expect after a 12, 13, 14 hour move, somebody on that crew is not going to come to work the next day. It's not because they're incompetent. It's not because they went home and got drunk. It's just the fact that 13, 14 hours of labor intensive work, anybody's body will give out. Some people, I get it, they may not be able to get up out of bed the next day. So I said, you know what? I'm in a big city with a lot of apartments. We got a downtown with plenty of high rise apartments and things like that. It's a lot of studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms. I'm gonna maximize the apartment space. I let these other guys handle all these big moves. I can have a crew do 2, 3, 1 bedroom, studio 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom moves in one day and still come out and make the same amount of money, but it's not as taxing as moving a 5 bedroom home. You know what I'm saying? Person lives in a 4 or 5 bedroom home, they got a lot of stuff, a lot of heavy stuff, and it's a lot more wear and tear on somebody's body versus a person going to downtown high rise and doing one elevator to the next elevator. It's minimal lifting. It takes a little bit longer to do an elevator versus a walk up to a walk up. Why? Because the movers got to touch the stuff twice on both ends. They got to move it from the apartment to the freight, take the freight down, take the stuff, unload the freight, carry it down a hallway or carry it to the truck, load it, go back up 50 flights, 50 floors on the elevator, go back to the apartment, load the elevator up again, go down, and then do that again on the other side versus even on the 3rd floor walk up, they're just running it out the apartment straight into the truck. It eliminated that whole unloading and loading the elevator twice. But even still, it's less taxing on the body. You know what I'm saying? So with a 16 footer, that's all. Like a studio 1 bedroom requires a 16, even a 2 bedroom. So I try to work smart and yeah, I try to work smart. So I need rental trucks. Do you have any in Chicago for me? If I come across some rental trucks in this market, I'll definitely put it in the community post and let people know. Hello, Mark. When purchasing a truck or financing, do you buy the extended warranty from the dealer? If you buy a brand new truck, yeah. If you buy a brand new truck from the dealer, then yep, get the extended warranty from the finance company. When you're sitting back there with the finance manager signing the paperwork. Now, if you're buying a used truck from a dealer, they can sell you an extended warranty if the original extended warranty, or if the original manufacturer warranty has expired. Some of these used dealerships can sell you an extended warranty. I would purchase it while I'm at the dealer. I wouldn't even wait. I wouldn't even drive off the lot without it. What's your Cash App? I can't see it clearly on my phone. It's at the top, Mark 773, or you could do a super chat. The page is monetized now. You can just hit that $ if you want to donate. And then there should be a super chat button on the app, that little $ right next to where you type in your comment. You could do it there. The Cash App is Mark 773 at the top if you want to donate. I appreciate it. Thank you. Any more questions? Any more questions? Q&A. It's getting close to peak season, man. I thought it was going to be a lot of questions. I was going to be a lot of questions tonight. Maybe it'll be more. I think I kind of maybe drowned the room when I had that that rental truck speech, but man, at the end of the day, man, that's the truth, man. That's the truth, man. If you're in an expensive rental, man, and it's killing you, then get out of it. If something is killing you, if hear me, if at any point you're in an expensive rental and at any point you said, man, this fucking rental is killing me. Excuse me, mom, if you're watching, I'm sorry. At any point you said, man, this rental is killing me, that means it's killing you. That means you got to do something about it. And that's the main issue that people are having now. Their rental every week, every day, every day. It's not going to get better, guys. You just heard him say the new truck, they won't let him go out of the state with it. It's a cap. Why? Because they don't know when manufacturing. They don't know when they're going to be able to buy a bulk of trucks anymore. So they have to prolong the trucks that they have. The new ones, they're not going to let nobody run the miles up on that. The 2022, 2023s, no, they said no, 150 miles a day. I mean, how can you make money? You can't. It's too much uncertainty. That's why they put in the caps. In business, when you don't invest in the uncertainty, it's like the stock market. You don't invest in uncertainty. If there's uncertainty, what happens when there's uncertainty in the market? People pull their money. Don't nobody invest. It's a red, we call it a red day. Goes back to what I said in the video. Learn business. I don't care what business you in. If you know business, then you're gonna make money. You're gonna succeed. And knowing business is sometimes knowing when to say no, or knowing when to exit. Appreciate it. You know, knowing when to say no. You know, knowing when to say no, man. And that's I'm just being truthful. I'm not selling no. My coaching is very inexpensive, and I don't even promote it like that. That's just for people that need guidance. Boom, boom, boom. I give enough free information. For real. I tell you pretty much how to do it from A to B. I give you all the sauce. I did a video today, how to get in the company as a felon. I told you, I can tell you this because I've done it. I've been doing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sell nobody and tell nobody to go spend 800, 900, 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, $2,000 on a rental. No, you're not going to make money. You're not going to make money. That's the only thing, if you're running middleman, that you can alleviate. You can't make gas cheaper. If your insurance is high, it's just high because it might be high because of your age. It might be high because of your truck, or it might be high because you're in a new truck. It might be high because of where you live, where you park the truck. It might be high because of your motor vehicle record. It may be high because of something that you just can't control. It just is what it is. It is what it is situation. All right. So insurance, fuel is what it is. The only thing you can kind of navigate is how much you pay for your truck. That's it. So if you're spending a lot of money on truck, a lot of money on fuel, a lot of money on insurance, how do you search for mechanics in case you have breakdown? Just a broad idea. What is your process? Thank you. Here's another issue that you have to plan and prepare for. You know what I'm saying? Breakdowns. If you break down in the middle of nowhere, you got to have some type of roadside assistance. That's something that you got to pay for every month. I can tell you stories about breakdown. I'm just not going to do them right now. You know what I'm saying? Breaking down is something that most people don't want to do, but it always happens when you least expect it in a place where you don't want it to happen. All right. And a lot of people run overnight. You know what I'm saying? You got to have some type of roadside assistance plan. That way you can call your roadside, and then they're going to send you whoever is the closest that got a record in that network or wherever you're at with a record to pull you to that nearest town. And then that nearest town, they're going to pull you to hopefully you break down near a large city or a large town. When you break down in the middle of nowhere, it gets kind of it gets kind of rough. It's never happened to me and none of my trucks, but I know people it has happened to, and that's when it gets scary because you break down in one of these small areas in these small towns, and you got one mechanic, diesel mechanic in the town, and he's telling you he can't see your truck for a week, and then you're sitting in a hotel, and then you fly back home. He gets to the truck and then tells you it's gonna be $6,000 to fix it. I know a couple of people that have abandoned trucks. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of nowhere because it just wasn't. They didn't have the funds at the time. You know what I'm saying, to get it repaired. You know what I'm saying? And just to get it towed back to a local market, you're talking about hundreds of miles. So um to answer that question, um if you're looking for a mechanic in your local home area, just Google diesel mechanics in your area and it should pop up. If there are Firestones, I know here, but once again, I live in a big market. We have Firestones here that are trucking Firestones. They service trucks, semi trucks, box trucks. So they'll have a side where they do cars, and then they'll have a side for trucks. So I don't know if smaller towns and smaller cities, smaller markets have that, but to answer your question, that's the only commercial trucking repair place that I know. Other than that, the other ones that I know, like even here in my home market, are like small mom and pop diesel mechanic shops. Firestone, though, is a national company, so not every market has a Firestone that handles trucks. So you got to kind of look in your market and see what they have. Hope that answered your question. How many miles would you say you average in your box truck per week? My trucks are local. Um, Average about 50 miles a day, if that. Trucks are local, so moving trucks don't really do that much in mileage. Delivery trucks about 50 miles a day, if that. I'm starting to see some of these courier companies adding final mile furniture delivery to their business structure. So a lot of companies are getting into final mile because obviously e-commerce is everybody's buying things online. You know what I'm saying? Some companies are getting into it and they're treading water. Some companies are getting into it and they just can't figure it out. Schneider was one of those companies that got into it some years ago, about 5, 6, 7 years ago. They could never figure it out. They exited Final Mile in 2019. They got out. They said to hell with it, forget it. JB Hunt, a lot of these other companies, Maersk, I think Werner, CRST bought NAL. What they're doing is they're buying the Final Mile companies. So these big hub companies, your JB Hunts, your Werners, Schneiders, XPOs, they weren't in Final Mile. All right. So they knew they had to get in. So maybe 5, 6 years ago, they started buying all the Final Mile companies. Final Mile companies, when I got into the industry, were small companies. I could tell you the names of these companies now, and you wouldn't even know. They've been gone for about 5, 6 years because these companies bought them up. I was running IKEA with Urban Express when they lost it to Dynamics, and then we were running it with Urban Express for like 4 or 5 months, and then XPO bought them. And that year, XPO was buying up every final mile company they could. This was like 2015, 2016. So, as e-commerce continues to grow, a lot of these large trucking companies are going to continue to buy these final mile companies, and that's their way of entering into the space. They're not going to build it out. They're just going to buy a company, and they've been doing it for the past 5, 6 years. Do you suggest newbies drive first before getting drivers? I suggest that if you're going to enter in this industry, I suggest, and this is what I always suggest, I suggest that you drive your vehicle yourself starting out, learning the business, learning the industry, learning the ins and the outs of the business. A lot of people want to get into this business as a stream of income, and they want to run middle mile. And guess what I tell them? You're probably not going to make no money. It's the truth. The margin is too small right now, especially if you're entering now. If you're entering now, your overhead, your cost is going to be very, very high. So you're working on even a smaller margin. So now you're adding another expense into the fold, which is an employee, a driver. I think right now, with the way things are going, I think the middle mile lane is a owner operator do it yourself type of thing right now, especially for box trucks. There's just not that much room for margin growth. It's just not. It's not. It's not. I don't care what anybody else tell you. It's not. So to answer your question, I think a person getting into, if you're going to run middle mile, I think, yes, the person who's entering it from the business standpoint should run it themselves. They should definitely learn the industry. And even just by learning the industry, they can see their costs by running. You can't really see your cost if you're jumping into something and you've never done it before. You got to do and learn from trial and error. You got to have boots to the ground. All right. That's how you're going to be able to maneuver and shift and know if you can put a driver in that seat, and if it's going to be profitable if you do that. Final mile is a different ball game. You're averaging $1,000+ a day. You got room there to make money. I can start another account and average $1,000 a day and pay my guys and still make a couple $100. I can pay my driver $250. I can pay my helper $175. You see what I'm saying? And I could put $100 in the tank on average. I'm still making a few $100. The margin is a lot bigger, but the work is a lot harder. All right. Middle mile is different. If you rent a truck, you're paying for the mile. Every mile that wheel turns, you're paying for it. And that tank just eating that gas, just sucking that gas, just eating it up. The harder you work with middle mile, the more it costs you. So if you're renting a truck, the farther you go, the more mileage you're going to pay for if you don't own your own truck. So gas, the truck rental fee, if you're renting a truck, which most people are doing right now, the truck rental fee, the mileage, the fuel, right? Tolls, hotel. Well, I'm missing something. Insurance. That's a lot. That's a lot. So I think, yes, you should run it yourself so you can learn every single thing. All the trucks are high on this end, and I'm trying to wait. I may need some guidance on that. Yeah, just hit me up. I think buying a truck right now might be the best option. The prices are coming down. They are getting cheaper. So I'm looking at trucks and actually tomorrow, I haven't done it in a while. I think I'm gonna go live from the budget auction tomorrow. So if anybody's, around, I'm probably gonna go live and stream the budget auction tomorrow. And I'll show people there's trucks out there, not even just on the market that's low, but man, the auction too. I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'll stream the budget auction tomorrow. Tomorrow about 2 my time, 2 Central Time. I'll go live and stream the auction. And then I just give people a perspective too on another way of getting a truck outside of just looking to buy one the traditional way at a dealer or through a personal seller or renting a truck. Keep delivering this knowledge, bro. It's still a lot of new drivers that have a chance to succeed if they have the knowledge to obtain. I always tell new drivers trucking is in a hustle, one love. Yeah, so that's why I keep that's why I try to post as often as possible. Like I was telling the young man earlier, a lot of people are mad at other people and things of that nature who they might have bought courses from or mentorship and things of that nature. And I kind of understand that, I understand that the industry got very popular and a lot of people came into it and a lot of people were learning and things of that nature. The only way I can contribute to helping people out is just providing free information, as much information and drowning the algorithm with enough free information to kind of dispel a lot of the bad information that's out here. That's the best contribution I can give. So I'll just continue to do that. And Yeah, if new people are coming into the game, my advice to the new people that are coming to the game, if this is something you really want to do, you really have to make sure that you are understand the full scope of this business, and understand, like I always say, the margins are very small in this business. They're even smaller now. The cost of entry is a lot higher now. So even with that, what I'm saying, you have to be very careful and exercise an extreme amount of caution when you enter into this business. You have to make sure that your overhead is very, very affordable. Let's say affordable. For those that came into the live later, I put up a peak season video 2-3 weeks ago, and now all the truck and media outlets are saying the same thing that I said 2 weeks ago. The same thing I said 2 weeks ago, the media outlets are reporting on it now. I said it 2 weeks ago. I put out a part 2 just to remind some people. You know what I'm saying? So you have to really do your due diligence in the industry. Yeah, you coming in, you may not be as privy and knowledgeable in the industry as a person like me who's been in it for 13 years, over 10 years. You know what I'm saying? But if you do, if you come into it with a strong business mind and business fundamentals, you'll enter into the business or enter into the industry correctly. You There's nothing wrong with saying no. You don't have to take something just to say you're in and you're going to work it out. Usually it doesn't work out like that. The rates are the rates. All right. The rates are the rates. You know what I'm saying? What's killing people right now is these rental rates. But I don't see these rental rates changing. All right. If you want the rental rates to change, you're gonna have to change them. People gonna have to come out of these rental trucks. The more these companies can continue to rob people, the more they're gonna do it. What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier about value? Value is what a consumer is willing to pay for something. This bottle of water, you can buy it for $1, but guess what? On the airplane, this bottle of water is $5. So you know what I'm saying? You buy this water from the guy on the corner on a 90-degree day who's selling bottles of water at the red light, selling it for $1. But on the airplane, this same bottle of water is about $5-6. But guess what? It's people on the plane that's going to pay for it because they thirsty. And I know they give you free water. I'm just making a point. You know what I'm saying? Or let's say buy it at the airport. At the airport, one of the concession stands. Let's not say on the plane. $5. Me, I'm probably going to go look for the water fountain. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably pay $3, $4, but I'm not paying. I've seen bottles of water for $6, $7, $8. I'm not gonna pay $7, $8. I'll go drink out the water fountain and wait till I get on the plane. I'll pay $4 probably. But the point I'm trying to make is value is only what a person is willing to pay for something. So if y'all keep people keep valuing these rentals at these high rates, guess what? They're gonna keep renting them to you. When people stop paying the money and turn them in, then the price is going to come down. I don't give a damn if the manufacturer ain't caught up to date. Guess what? Penske, Enterprise, Budget, Ryder, guess what? Their business is centered around renting trucks. Their primary business is renting trucks. But Penske is into other things. Ryder is into other things. But Budget, other than them renting cars, their truck side, their truck division, and Penske, Enterprise, other than their car rental division, their trucks. If they don't rent no trucks, then they have no business. If they stop renting trucks, they have no business. Simple. Value is what people place on something. If you keep paying for it, then guess what? They're gonna keep charging you for it. When a person turns a rental truck in that they know they finally realize is exceeding their overhead, exceeding their earning potential, I don't look at them as a failure. I look at them as a smart business person. That was smart. Turning it in. You learn. You getting it now. That was smart. Exactly. I don't look at them as a failure. But some people out here that just don't want to give up. I ain't giving up. Yeah, that works in some situations. Some situations work, but the rates are the rates. So unless you want to jump over the final mile and come get a bigger bag that can absorb some of that overhead cost, then man, what do you want? What do you want me to say? Final mile, come on over here. We'll take you. Come to Chicago. I'll train you. I'll show you how to get it. But guess what? You're gonna do a lot more work. That's sitting on the truck while they loading the truck in the dock, and you sitting on your phone watching me or another YouTuber or watching a movie while the truck being loaded, and you looking to see if the light's still on. That's over with. You want to check that real bad? Come over here. Let's carry this armoire up 3 flights of stairs. Yeah, you'll see 12, 1,300 in a day. Easy, no problem. About 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 stops. Come get it. You want to see 8,000 a week? Come get it. You want to see $250,000 a year per truck? Come over here. Come over here. I'll train you. You can absorb some of that high rental cost on this side. But if you run a middle mile, it's costing you more to run. You're spending more in mileage. You're spending more in fuel. And that's just the truth. That's just the truth, man. What load board is your bread and butter? I don't operate off the load board, but I use DAT. I use DAT. I have a subscription to DAT. Would you consider doing final mile with a 26-foot box truck, and is it beneficial or a small truck? 26-foot box truck for final mile, depending on what count you got. There's minimal amount of counts that you can run on a 16-foot box truck. I can't see. Hold on, guys. Is that Josu? I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but I appreciate the super chat. There's a few accounts that you can operate with a 16-foot box truck. Select Express is one of them. They have some smaller accounts that you can run, like Container Store, Peloton, Dick's. The volume on Dick's isn't that high if you get a Dick's account, because 9 times out of 10, if you're running Dick's, most of those stops are going to come with assembly. So that cuts down your amount of stops because you're spending more time at the home. So those accounts, some markets still have Office Depot and Staples. You can run that with a 16-footer or a cargo van. That's about it. Everything else now for final mile, outside of Select Express, when you get into like a lot of these bigger trucking companies that have bought their way into final mile, you're dealing with furniture and appliances. All right, your Lowe's, your Best Buys, your Home Depots, Bob's Furniture, Ashley, and all these other big furniture stores and appliance places. A lot of these logistics companies have direct shipping. So like basically you don't go to Home Depot, or you don't go to Lowe's, or you don't go to Best Buy. You go on Samsung.com and you're looking for a refrigerator, and you buy it directly from Samsung.com. That is handled by the logistics company that handles that account. It will come straight from their warehouse. So when you're going straight to the brand's website to purchase appliances, it comes from that logistics company. All right. So those accounts where you're dealing with that big bulky stuff is going to require a 26-foot box truck. You need the height, you need the size, and it's going to be a bunch of stops. All right. A ton of stops. As well as, let me say this, as much as you can handle, as much as you can handle, but they're going to want to scale you up, because I'm telling you, the amount of freight for final mile is far exceeding the contractors. No one wants to do it. People come in, they can't handle it. Ask me how we've been doing it for so long. And I'm scaled down right now from where my peak was. My peak was 15 trucks. I'm not running 15 trucks right now. Why? Because don't nobody want to work no more. In 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, all the opportunities that are available now weren't available then. 2010, wasn't no Uber, Lyft, Instacart, Amazon Flex, DoorDash. None of this stuff exist. Any person straight out the joint that knew somebody that was already working for me, hey Mark, man, my homie just came home, man. He just did 5, man. Can you put him on? Yeah, tell him to come up and let me talk to him. I fill him out. They work. I put him to work. they already muscle bound. They've been in the joint, exercising all day because there ain't nothing else to do in there. I put them to work. But the same way I put that video out earlier about how to finesse to get people in these places around the background check, these people doing the same thing on these gig apps. Who has in here in this chat has ordered something from Uber Eats, and then when they pick up the food, it'll say Kimberly. You'll see a pretty girl Kimberly smiling, but then when the food comes to your door, it's some dude with dreads with his pants hanging off his ass. Wait a minute, hold on, you ain't the same person, but you got your food, right? You ain't tripping, right? So this dude is probably someone, the boyfriend or the brother, and he got a background because these apps do a background check. They won't let you on the platform, right? If you got a background to do food delivery. I know Uber Eats doesn't. They can't because every time I order food, it's never the person who I see on the screen. It's always a pretty girl, but then some dude bringing the food. The point I'm trying to make is that dude probably has a background. This is his girlfriend who set up the account for him to go make some money, or the brother, or the sister rather. I ain't capping. I'm being 100. So, you know, it's hard to it's just hard to find people now, but I would definitely you need a 26 footer to do final mile, man. A lot of these accounts, majority of these accounts, you gotta have a 26 footer, man. We're Liftgate. Water recommendations, natural spring waters, essential. Okay, that was a joke because I was talking about the water. Have you purchased a truck on a different state, and how did you handle that process? No, never purchased a truck from a different state. All my used trucks came from a used truck dealer here that buys trucks at the budget auction, and I just paid a 20% markup from him. I'm not going to give you his name because been dealing with this dude a long time, and he got too big and he act funny now, so I ain't going to shout him out. But about 40 an hour. He's in a suburb outside of Chicago, about an hour and 30, hour and 45 minutes. And he has like probably the largest used truck. He just goes to the budget auctions, wherever they're at. He flies to them. He flies drivers there. And I want to continue. I got some more questions, but guys, I got to really take a pee. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I've been drinking a lot of water. I had for a good example, final mile, we had this job. I had to jump on a truck. What was that? 2 weeks ago, and cover a route, help cover a route. It was a call off or something. I don't know. I don't remember what happened, but I had to jump on this route, and I messed my back up. It was this guy. He just ordered the furniture was so heavy, man. He lived on the 3rd floor, and it was this dresser, man. That thing was heavy. We had to strap it, but the stairs were so steep, and I was on the bottom, so I had all the weight. Um, my employee was on the top. He had it with the straps, but man, the stairs were so steep. It was just like a straight dip. So I had it like right here, and I couldn't keep my back straight. I had to arch my back, and I think all that weight with me arching my back, I just messed something up. So I had to go to the doctor, and I'm on pain medication right now. So I've been drinking a lot of water, but man, that's Final Mile, and this is why Final Mile pays what it pays, man, because it's very labor intensive. You don't know what people are ordering, and some people order the most heaviest, most expensive heavy. The more it costs, the heavier it is. So if you're dealing with an account, let's say like Walter E. Smith or something like that, man, good luck. You know what I'm saying? That's the everything is heavy. So yeah, so man, my back is kind of in pain right now, but and it's getting better, but that job messed me up. All right, so I answered that question. Fiji. Let me see. Let me see what else. I'm fresh out myself. I need work. I'm by Chicago as well. I've been following you. Definitely appreciate the knowledge, and I'm definitely interested in investing. Don't expect nothing free. What are you trying to invest in? You trying to invest into the box truck industry? You trying to get a truck? Well said, Mark. Let me see. Mothership hot, where you at? I don't run Mothership. I don't run Mothership. I don't run Mothership. A lot of these apps that I tell people to sign up for have a waiting list in my market. All right. So I'm in a big market. I'm in a very big market. And there's been waiting lists. Like if you try to do like anything in this market that's considered like gig, Amazon Flex, Instacart, DoorDash, all these gig guys, if you try to sign up for them right now, they'll let you sign up and they'll say, you're on the waiting list. All right. So the way these apps work, and this is why I'm telling people to sign up for these apps now, because this is where it's going. The way these apps work, they're never going to allow everybody to onboard. They're only going to onboard enough people as the app has work for. They're not gonna saturate the app with people that they don't have enough work to satisfy, if that makes any sense, which I think is a good thing. So when they introduced Big and Bulky a few weeks ago, I tried to sign my box trucks up for it. And once I got to the last stage, it put me on a waiting list. And it's been a waiting list before they had Big and Bulky just for the grocery. So it's just an extended waiting list from the grocery that was already there. So just because they added Big and Bulky, you would think they would open it up to people with bigger vehicles to satisfy some of this bigger, bulkier stuff, but no, there's just the waiting list just gets longer. So I think Mothership has a waiting list in some markets. Pretty much everything. I'm in Chicago, so everything in my market has a waiting list. People who have to supplement income. You got people that work real full-time jobs, and then they drive Uber, they drive Lyft, they do DoorDash, you do Uber Eats. Man, it's guys here that for the people in Chicago that's out here in the inner city in the hood, you already know what I'm talking about. There's some guys riding around. There's a guy doing Uber in a Rolls Royce here. So now his brother is doing Uber in a Bentley. I swear to God. I swear to God. So, here is a big market. Everything is expensive. So a lot of people, instead of going getting a second job, it's just easy to get a gig, a gig, do gig work, because you can do it at your leisure, when you want to do it, when you don't want to do it. Rent's coming up, you short a couple $100, go out and do Uber, go out and do Lyft, go out and do Uber Eats, go out and do DoorDash, go out and do whatever, Amazon, what's the one with the car, Amazon Flex, go out and do Instacart, go out and do Grubhub. So a lot of these apps have a waiting list. So no, I haven't gotten the chance to get through on that app, none of these apps. Any more questions? Any more questions? Is that Jose Salas? Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. I'm in a 26-foot box. I want to do final mount, but I don't know how to put stuff together that good. Well, you're gonna have to find a 26-foot, not a 26-foot. You're gonna have to find a an account that doesn't require white glove assembly with assembly. Those accounts exist. I'm trying to think of one right now. Um, Nothing to deal with furniture and appliances. I'm gonna have to think about that and come back. Trying to think of an account that doesn't require assembly. Oh, IKEA, because they have a whole separate team. That's a whole nother price point for assembly. So a person, when they want something assembled that they bought from IKEA, they have to pay for the delivery, and then they pay for the they pay an assembly fee. But that's a whole different team that I believe XPO has that contract for assembly, or is it Go Configure? Might be Go Configure. I'm not sure. It's changed since last time. I know NAL has IKEA, in most of the markets, but IKEA is an account. Not to drag this on, IKEA is an account that you don't have to do any assembly with. And then I probably want it's as far as final mile accounts that I've had in my 13 years, IKEA was the easiest. IKEA and Container Store. IKEA and Container Store. IKEA paid the most though. IKEA was the first account that I got that pretty much I took off with. That account is what that was one of them accounts that I like. That was a blessing from God the way that happened when it happened. Like it was all timing. So, and that's a big part of business. Business is a big part of business is timing. Timing can make a business or timing can break a business. So when I was saying a few months ago, now ain't the right time, wait for the truck prices to come down, and people like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Duh. I said, I bet prices came down. Wasn't the right time. Person waited 4 months, they can go get them a truck right now for 30 grand. I can show you where to go get one. 30, 35. I saw a 26-footer on Penske the other day for 28, a Hinu. Yeah, it was a 2007, 2008, but who cares? As long as that engine and that trans, when I take my mechanic there, he give me the thumbs up, he say yay or nay. If he say yay, man, let's roll. Let's roll. 28, I'm gone. I seen another one for 19. So yeah, IKEA, bro, that's a good one. IKEA is a good one. Is there any final mile available with one person? I get asked this question a lot. The only one that I've ever had for one person that I ran, it kind of fluctuated between a van and a truck is when I was running Select Express, I had a dedicated Container Store uh run that I could send one guy out to do. Another one, I guess you could consider this final mile. Office Depot was a contract that I had when it was here. I was running 9 trucks a day for Office Depot, just one guy in each truck because it's just packages, mostly packages and paper. If it was bulk, it was bulk paper, and that was on a pallet. So like schools will order a pallet of paper, big office buildings will order pallets of paper. So so that Office Depot, Staples, Container Store, and you can run Bye Bye Baby with one guy if you really know how to put stuff together. You can run that with one guy. I wouldn't run it with one guy to start. I would run it with 2 because some of those crib boxes can be a little heavier if they put everything into one box. But I've had situations where I ran one guy for Bye Bye Baby. You spoke about a move that you would have to be an employee to do. Any new info on that? You spoke about a move that you would have to be an employee to do. Any new info on that? I'm not understanding your question, Rick. Can you retype it? I spoke on a move that you would have to be an employee to do. A move that yeah, hit me with that again. Refresh me because I've spoken on a lot of things. Unless you're talking about when I told the somebody asked earlier about starting a business. I said if you're in middle mile, it's something that you might want to do. He asked me should he come in as the operator or hire a driver, and I said you want to come in as and do it yourself so you can learn the business. If that's what you're talking about. If not, kind of refresh me. Let me see. You said in one of the previous lives, opportunities, a move that I would have to be an employee to do. Man, I don't remember, man. I don't remember, man. I'm sorry. If you can like, I don't point me in the direction. Maybe I can the timestamp on it. Maybe I can go look, man. I don't know. A move I spoke that you would have to be an employee to do. I don't know, man. Maybe send me the video and with the timestamp, maybe, and then I can know how do I sign up with IKEA right now. NAL website is NAL group, I believe. Hold on, let me see. I'll let you know right now. Give me a second, and then I'll share my screen. You can get it. I think I did a video on it already, but for the sake of the live, just in case anybody else wants it, here it goes right here. I'm gonna share my screen. Share screen. 1 second here. So this is the website that has IKEA, the company that has IKEA. It's NAL. Where do I go? Basically CRST. So like what I talked about earlier, how all these big trucking companies, the way they're getting into final mileage, they're just buying the companies. This NAL was installs. All right. I had installs. All right. A lot of contracts we lost was because they got bought out. So I went. That's why I say I've been in this game since 2010. I've been through a lot of stuff in this game. Transition, like this industry has really transitioned a lot since I've been in it. But CRST bought installs, NAL, and installs merged, and then CRST came and bought them. Long story short, so basically, this is the company that you go for IKEA, and then you just they changed their website. Let me see. Final mile, learn more. And then you just hit get started. Background check, the 100% verified background check. So they want a background. And then for more information about the last mile, you just fill this out and they'll get back to you. Now, I do have some people that say they've been waiting on them to get back to them for a while now. So I don't know if NAL has any openings in your market. You just kind of want to fill out the inquiry and they'll get back to you. Like I said, though, IKEA is an easy final mile account. Easy final mile. So this is probably an account that they may not have that much space for because I'm telling you, it's easy, like, and it pays good. The IKEA stuff ain't heavy. It's not back-breaking work. Most of it is in boxes. Anybody that shopped at IKEA, you go on the showroom floor, you see what you want, you take the car, remember the number, you go downstairs, you pull your stuff. It's simple. Most of the stuff that we delivered when we was running for Dynamics and Urban Express was like a lot of college kids, they get that little pallet mattress, that little roll-up mattress. It's rolled up in a plastic bag. You just throw it over your shoulder. Those small $19, $20 tables with the legs that you screw on, the legs come in the bag. The table is in a piece of cardboard box. Simple, light. It ain't heavy. It's nothing like doing carrying a French door refrigerator up 3 flights of stairs. I tell you that. But NAL is the website you want to go to for that IKEA contract. When Instacart going to start, they freight moving. They already started. They actually just picked up Lowe's last week and Best Buy. So they're adding accounts very, very quickly. I know when I reported on it 2 weeks ago, it was like Spirit, it was Office Depot, it was Staples, and it was maybe like 1 or 2 other companies. I think Big Lots. They just picked up Lowe's and they just picked up Best Buy, and they added 1 more company. So a lot of companies are turning to Instacart to do their delivery because of the turnaround time is very quick. In some cases, 15 minutes to an hour. All right, 15 minutes to an hour. So it's already started, my friend. If you go on Instacart right now, you can look, depending on your market, You can order something, air conditioner at Lowe's, and have it delivered within an hour or two. Let's see here. That versus brokers, pros and cons. Me personally, if I was 100% committed to middle mile, the way I operate, I would just run the low, but I wouldn't. Do you mean that versus dispatchers? Cringe, do you mean that versus dispatchers? I think that's what you mean. I think DAT is good. That's what I use. Pretty much a lot of the stuff that's on one load board, they is pretty much on the other ones. There's some load boards that have more than others and things of that nature, but DAT is one of the better ones, or Selectus. Selectus is on the higher end side, a little bit more pricier. So Q&A session, guys. Q&A session. The good bruh, shout out for the super chat. Let me go ahead and pull you up. I need to see where the truck for 19. All right. Let me pull it up. Let me see if it's still there though. I'm gonna share my screen. Let me share my screen real quick though with you. It was up this way somewhere, up here in Chicago or near Chicago. Let me go 250 out. Where did they change the website? All right, here you go right here. 19. 19 bucks. Now, I don't know what the condition is, but here you go, 19 grand. Now, me personally, I'm looking to get into the game. I'm going to look at this. It got 354,000 miles, a little high on the miles. My whole concern is what's under the hood. I don't care about none of this. All this rust. I don't care about none of that. All that I don't care about. One of my trucks still say budget on the back from the decals got peeled. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about none of this. E-tracks look good. I don't care about none of that rust. This right here, this is how you can tell a truck came from a market that was snow. Like those trucks that be down in Florida, they don't look like this. Cars, trucks, anything up here in the Midwest or the East Coast, New York, where it's a lot of snow, the undercarriage is gonna look like that. All my trucks look like this underneath. The seat torn, I don't care about that. I got seats that are torn. It's gonna happen after a while. Don't care about it. My main concern is what's under here. When I take my mechanic and he get up under that hood and he say yay or nay, that's my main concern. I don't care about the cosmetic stuff. It look too pretty, you ain't working. The rougher it look, the more it look like that. Rough truck mean you getting money. Now here go a truck right here. This is a 2012 Hino for 25, but see, this is a 338. That's a CDL one. That's a CDL one. That's a CDL one. And this is for the good bros, for the super chat. He go 2011 International 29. But this is CDL one too, because it got the double axle in the back. So we don't even got to click on that one. This is CDL one. It's a 338. Here go an International for 32, but it has a lot of miles, almost 500,000 miles on it. Let's take a look at it. It ain't got no lift gate. No gate on this one. No gate on this one, guys. Let's see. $32. Here goes the Hino 268. Now, this is a non-CDL one. This one is in Ohio. It's been further discounted from 41 to 37.5. It has 272 miles on it, guys. This is something I would look at. I would stay under 40. Under 40. 37.5, 272,000 miles. I think it has a lift gate on it. Let's take a look. Got a lift gate, rusted lift gate, and it's operable. It's operating. And you know, this truck has been sitting on there. I saw this truck last week. This further tells me something too. 6, 7, 8 months ago, these trucks, one, they wouldn't be these prices, but two, they wouldn't even still be a week. This just further lets you know people don't have money, man. Like, this truck should have been gone. This truck been up here for a week. This is a Hino for $37,000 with 275,000 miles. There you go. So it's trucks out here, man. I'll look at a few more. Once I get to 40,000, then I'm gonna jump back in the chat. That was 37. Here goes a Freightliner M2 for 38.5. Let me see, because some of these M2s are non-CDLs. All right, so it's a CDL. This is a non-CDL, but I don't like these with that little curtain thing on the side. I don't like these. See, I don't like them. I don't like these trucks. And but it has the swing doors. So this one got the swing doors. So you're gonna get that more clearance since you ain't got that overhead door. Let me see what the clearance is on this truck. If it's 13 feet. Yep. 13. All right. Here go another Freightliner. It's an M2. This might be a CDL one though. Hold on, let me see. Yep. CDL required. Yep. See, I'll be knowing them just by looking at them. I know it just by looking at it. And this is 45, so I'm gonna get out. I appreciate that super chat. But you saw the truck for 19, and there was another one on there, I think, for 20, another Hino. I think it was 38, 37.5. Yeah, so there's some trucks out here. Appreciate that super chat though. How do you sign up for the Instacart freight? I know you did a video on it. Just go to Instacart. And just sign up like you would normally do. I'm sorry, not go to Instacart. Download the Instacart shopper app. It's two different Instacart. You got the regular Instacart if you're looking to shop on Instacart to have stuff delivered, and then it's the app for when you want to be a delivery provider to do delivery. That's the Instacart shopper. Instacart shopper. That's the name of the app. Download the Instacart shopper app on the App Store or the Google Play Store, and then just sign up. It's that simple. I'm way late. Have you heard about the possible rail strike? Yeah, we talked about that. That was the second topic. Yep, that was the second topic we talked about. Still Q&A, guys, so drop your questions. I can really just tap on it briefly, Marie, but you probably gonna have to go back and look at the replay at a later time. But yeah, so the rail strike possibly will happen this Friday. I do have friends that run intermodal here in Chicago for JB Hunt, and they said today was a very slow day. The rail yards are already turning trucks around. Certain rail yards won't let you pull in or out. They won't let you take. He said they'll let. I can't remember. It was one of the way he said they won't let you bring in, but they'll let you take out, or they'll let you take out but won't bring in. One of the two. But he said they're starting already in preparation for the strike on Friday. So we did talk about it earlier on in the show, and I did talk about how it may possibly affect freight going forward. So yeah, we did talk about it. You want more in depth, you can go watch the replay. But I mean, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Like I was explaining earlier, there's a lot of other variables that determine, freight, that a lot of people don't look at. You know what I'm saying? So if these guys go on strike, which I understand what they're fighting for, that point system, I get it, man. They want more time off. They want a more fair playing field when it comes to PTO and all that stuff. So I get it. And the two biggest unions are the two unions that are holding out. The other unions have came back to the table. So if these guys are already making not turning trucks away and it's Tuesday, then they probably pretty much know which way they're headed. You know, they've been at this bargaining table for a while now. Dope. I'm already signed up, hoping I can run for Instacart ASAP. Yeah, as long as there's not a waiting list in your area, you should be fine. You should be fine. Okay, I'll watch the replay. Thanks for answering my questions. No problem. All right, any more questions, guys? Any more questions? Any more questions? If not, then we'll go ahead and get up out of here. I already missed Taco Tuesday, so if you got questions, I got the time to answer them. I've committed my Tuesday nights to this podcast, so I'll stay on as long as I got questions. I did my presentation for the day. Hey Mark, do you have any idea when Mothership will be start doing same day like your video from this? They already started, depending on the market you in. So some markets is a waiting list. Some markets they don't have enough work to operate yet. They gotta have enough service providers to service the clients they have, and then they gotta have enough clients. So some markets they're still trying to build up clients. So Mothership is not in the market yet, but the same day has already started. Depends on your market. Bigger markets, yes, you can sign. If you're in a smaller market, you may have to wait a little bit. Some, okay, I got you. Do you know any who rented from Coop? No. I've had some people, some subscribers say they have their vehicles on Coop, but I don't know anybody that has rented from Coop. There's a subscriber that was on here a few weeks ago who had their truck on Coop, but she was willing to rent it off of Coop for $850 a week, unlimited miles. But she hasn't been back on the show since then, so I don't know how that's going for her, if she found somebody to rent it or not. Mothership is hot in New Jersey, PDX, Miami, and then NYC. So yeah, so I've heard on the East Coast, Mothership is really good and it pays really well. Like on the East Coast and like the Southeast, but like someone earlier said, that they did it on the West Coast and it wasn't good. So I've been hearing mixed things. And another thing I hear about Mothership is their customer service is not all that great. So a lot of these apps, they're still figuring things out. I don't think Mothership has the infrastructure like a Instacart as far as the dollars to house good customer support. They may be outsourcing their customer support to one of these other countries. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. You call Sprint or AT&T, and you got a guy that's in another country, and he says his name is John Jackson or something. His name is not John Jackson, but they try to give themselves an American name. They'll be in India or somewhere south of the border or one of these other countries. So I think Mothership may be outsourcing their their customer service. That's the biggest problem that I heard with Mothership was customer support. I think I had someone that said they had an issue and customer support. Someone I was talking to earlier today. The customer support was bad. So, and that's the reviews that I read on Mothership was all about customer support. So, but I heard on that East Coast, I heard that it's paying on that East Coast. You need whose info? Got it. Thanks. Hold on one second. Chloe, thanks for the super sticker. I appreciate it. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you. Oh, where I leave off at? I noticed Ryder is hiring for box truck drivers for Final Mile. They're watching your videos. I think a lot of people are watching my videos. I'm joking, but it's funny how I put out my peak season video a few weeks ago, and then I understand a lot of other content creators start putting their peak season video out. But now that the media outlet is saying what I said 2-3 weeks ago, the exact same thing, you know, that's funny to me. But yeah, Ryder is entering into the Final Mile. They actually been in it for a while. They're not strong in it yet, but they do have some accounts. Um, how far they go in the Final Mile industry, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be successful in it. But yes, Ryder is in the trucking business, and they have entered the Final Mile space. But they're not strong in it though. Not strong in it yet. So they're gonna have to buy up a bunch of independent companies that are still around for Final Mile in order to pick up some decent accounts. Would you suggest one wait till the recession fully comes to buy a box truck? Price should come way down. Well, Marie, I think prices are down. They're going to continue to come down, but I don't know if you were just on a few minutes ago. I just showed some cheap trucks. I'm actually going to broadcast from the budget auction tomorrow around 2 o'clock. But I mean, if you look here, you got trucks. Now I'm not physically here to see if these trucks are good, but I know some of these trucks have been sitting for about a week or two. I would take a mechanic. I mean, 354 is a little bit more miles than I would like to get, but right now, you know what I'm saying, you got to get what you can get, especially if the price is fair. You know, for a non-CDL truck, 19,000. Yes, it's old, but hey, you know, take a mechanic, go have a look at it. This is a CDL. This is a CDL. Here's another one, 32,000, international. Some people call it international. You know, I don't know, man. To each his own. You know what I'm saying? But if you take a mechanic with you, 449,000 miles is on the higher side. But this is a $600-700 note a month. This is $600-700 note a month versus people paying $1,500 a week for rent. And you can drive this bad boy as many miles as you want to. All right. So here's a 2007 Hino, 37.5. This one only has 272,000 miles on it. This is a 07. So this truck did light duty. This truck did real light duty. All right. Light duty. All right. For 15 years old to only have 272,000 miles, this truck did light duty. Let me look at the undercarriage on this truck real quick, see what market it came out of. I know it's in Wisconsin right now. Liftgate Works is rusty on the. Yeah, they're not showing the undercarriage. They're not showing the undercarriage, but I would assume from right here, it definitely a Midwest truck or East Coast. Let me see, where is it at? This truck is in Ohio, right? So right now, I mean, I would seriously, like, if I was in the market for a truck, out of the trucks I've shown so far, this would be the truck I would go look at first. I pay the extra for the lesser miles. Me personally, I would go look at this one first. It goes one for 38, a Freightliner. This is a CDL. That's a 9. And then I would go take a look at this one. I don't care. If my mechanic says this is a go, then I'm rolling. $20, man, I'm cashing them out. I'm cashing them out. I'm gonna give them that 20 and I'm gonna ride that truck. If the trans goes out, who cares? I just put a new one in. Put a new one in. Some people out here paying for a transmission in 1 month for some of these rental costs. So many people out here paying $6,000 a month, $1,500 a week. So I go spend 20 if the trans go out, man. I just drop a new one in there. You know, so yep. So I would look now. The prices are coming down. The prices are coming down. And here's not only the prices are coming down, the trucks are still sitting. The trucks are sitting. And I can parallel this with what I talked about earlier as far as the peak season. And I'm calling this peak season. I know some people want to see me wrong, but since I've been on YouTube, I done made 3 calls and they all done came to fruition. All of them done came to fruition. Even when people, man, he don't know what he's talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. I had to sit back and wait till I could say, told you so. I done made 3 calls. I'm calling this year's peak season. But this kind of parallels with what I'm saying as far as people's spending habits. There's no reason that these trucks are sitting. I watched people buy trucks earlier this year that had shot engines at the auction for $30,000. And I streamed it. You can go back in my video catalog and watch. I watched people go to the auction and buy a truck that could not even drive for $31,000. So $19,000 that's drivable and it's still sitting for 2 weeks, a week. All these trucks should be gone. As soon as they got posted, somebody will be flying out there. There's no money in the economy right now. If you go back and look at my live, a few of those trucks were on the live I showed last week. There's no reason they're sitting. These are cheap rates. 19, 28,000. Why are they sitting? Nobody has money. I don't get it. I don't understand why people would want to spend $1,500. I just showed you a $20,000 truck that's been sitting. Parallel with what I'm talking about, peak season. No money. Volume will be down. It's going to be a peak season. It's going to be a normal peak season. It's not going to be like last year. The evidence is right here, guys, in front of you. It's right in front of you. All right. I got kicked out for a second. All right. So the evidence is right there. Oh, the chick who rented her box truck for $850. I don't know. She hasn't been back on the live since that day. So I don't know. If she's watching, I mean, she's welcome to tap in or put something down in the comment. But she's a truck driver. She's probably on the road right now. So, but if she's watching, go ahead and tap in. If you got the truck, people still probably want to rent it. I'm a CDL holder. That Hino could work, but I'm in NC. I don't see prices like that. Well, if you're a CDL holder, there's a few trucks on here that you could get. There's a few trucks on here you can get because let me see some. Let me show you some. Where is my window at? There you go. This is a CDL truck. This 338 is a CDL truck, and that's $25,000. So if you looking to do a box truck and you got a CDL, you could get a CDL. You can get a CDL box truck. You can get a CDL box truck. This one is $25,000 with 351,000 miles on it. You know, got a gate. You're gonna have to put some E-tracks up all the way around. This one hauled was a hazmat. Got a gate. I don't know if it's operational or not. But yeah, they go a CDL one, $25. Let me see what else. CDL. He go is this a CDL? I think so. I think this one is CDL too. Yep, it's a CDL too. And this one 29,750. Oh, there's some trucks out here, man. That one got a gate. I don't look like that gate. Don't look like it worked though. Yeah, I don't think this one worked. That gate don't look like it worked. But yeah, this is a CDL. I think it was one more decent CDL on here. I think this one, that's 40. That might be a CDL. But yeah, there goes some CDL trucks for the low though. For the low though. Thanks again for that super sticker. Really appreciate it. What's good, Mark? I love your information, bro. I've been turning in for the last 4 months or so. Quick question. I just started my company, bro. I have MC.boc3. I'm in the process of getting insurance. All right. Is there anything else I need to start? Is there anything else you need to start? You got your insurance, BOC3, DOT, MC. Yeah, so you just need to get your insurance, your million, and 100. And then have your broker make the filings, and then you should be good to go to turn it active. I have a 2005 International, and I actually got it for the low, but I won't call it the International no more. Yeah, I remember you. That's where I got International from you. Last week, you kept calling your truck International, but you out there, well, you in Seattle. You out there in Seattle checking the bag, though, doing final mile, 900 a day. So, man, go ahead and, get that truck, man, some tender love and care, man, because you checking a good bag. You checking a good bag doing final mile. You in Seattle. I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't expect final mile to pay like that in Seattle. But man, I think you said Seattle, somewhere up in there, Portland, Seattle, doing Best Buy. I remember you. That's where I got that International from. But you checking the bag, man. So like I told you last week, man, those little repairs that you doing, man, the money you making, man, doing final mile, man, let's go ahead and get the truck fixed, man, and get to the bag, man. I paid $21K for it last year. Right, see? Man, you better stop complaining about them little repairs, man. It'd be different if you was operating at a loss, man. You making a good amount of money, man. Go ahead and get that truck, man, the little repairs done, man. $21K, man, you good. You good, man. All right, I gotta jump because I got a super chat. I remember when you said don't go far away to buy. No, I said don't go far away to rent. You gotta go wherever you find a cheap truck. Shoot, you gotta go where it's at. I said don't go far away to rent. If I said buy earlier, I meant rent. I meant rent. Try to rent in your region because you're paying for those miles. So if you rent across the country, you're paying for that. And then when they call you to bring it back to that market for PM, you paying to drive it back. No, if I said buy earlier, I meant to say rent. But I appreciate the super chat again, man. I really do. Thank you, man. Yeah, wherever there's a truck at, if it's affordable and you go out and look at it, then yeah, it's your truck. Sure, you can drive that truck a zillion miles. You ain't paying for them. And you ain't got to worry about bringing it back across country to get service. You could take it somewhere in your market, Yeah, I meant to say, if I said buy earlier, I meant to say rent. Sorry about that. Paid $21K. Let me get back to where I left off at. I paid $21K last year. All right. People scared of the box truck future. They know something. People scared. I don't think people scared of the future. I think there's a lot of people that still want to get in. I just think right now, the economy is bad and people just don't have money, man. We're back to normal, bro. You gotta remember, a lot of people, the reason, and I'm keeping it 1,000, man. The reason why I got popular last year because people had money. People had money. All right. So it wasn't nothing to jump into something. Everybody had money. That's why the industry got popping like it did. Do you think if them trucks was 19, 25, 29,000 earlier this year, last year, they would still be sitting there? Of course not. Of course not. All that money is gone. All that money was gone. It was a lot of ballers last year. A lot of people was balling. Oh, Instagram was on fire last year. Oh man, Instagram. Like you can go on Instagram and people was living life last year. It's not like that right now, is it? Ain't like that right now. I don't see too many people flexing. Ain't no more lines at the Gucci store. I couldn't get in the Louis Vuitton without standing. I couldn't get in the Dior. I couldn't get in the Burberry. Them lines done shrink. Ain't no line. You can just walk right in these stores. So just like people was buying all that high-end merchandise, they were also investing. Some people invested into their future and started to start a business. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, during that time, you know, when you have a large lump sum of money and that money hits your account and you say, all right, man, I've been wanting to do this. I'm going to go buy a box truck. You go buy a box truck, but you didn't do the due diligence around it. You didn't realize that you were buying in at a high buy-in and that these rates that you're running, like, okay, I bought in high, but the rates are high. So it kind of correlated with each other. It kind of made sense at the time. But people didn't take time to stop and really teach themselves the business. They got the money hit, they went online, found a truck, went and bought it. And then when I did the video on Bubble, shout out to everybody that watched that video, I broke down all the 5 phases of a bubble. Displacement. For all those people that came in the live late, displacement. What was the displacement? The displacement was the pandemic, right? Let me pull it up. Bubble. Let me see. Where's the 5 stages of a bubble? Let me pull it up, man, real quick, man. We'll go over it one more again. One more again. 5 stages of the bubble. The displacement. We talked about it. The displacement was the pandemic for everybody that came into the podcast late. Displacement. People got put out of work. People that worked in non-essential industries had to come over to essential industries, right, to find work. A lot of people who worked in non-essential industries, who industries closed or shut down, they were displaced. They came over to gig work. They came into anything that was a 1099, let's say. Self-employed. All right. Boom. Displacement. All right. Then what? Boom. Everything happened. Money came. Everybody got money. PPP, EIDL, PUA, stimulus, the child care money the women got for the kids and all that. A lot of money was circulating. Some people got all of it. I know people that checked the bag. Michael Wingo, shout out. Thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Michael Wingo, appreciate the super sticker. A lot of people checked the bag last year. So boom, that was the boom phase. Everybody got money. Everything went up. Everything slowly started to rise, including pay. Those rates on those low boards was booming, especially around peak season. Then we hit Euphoria. We know what everybody knows what Euphoria is. All right, everybody hit then that Euphoria phase where everybody was thinking this is the way it was and it was going to last forever. You was in a euphoric phase. People were in a euphoric phase, not realizing that they were in the midst of a bubble. They bought in during a bubble. Didn't realize it until now. And they probably didn't even realize it was a such thing as a bubble until I made the video and broke it down. But they had people telling them, yeah, come on in. Yeah, get you a box truck. We get money over here. Look, showing all they rates and how much money they was making. Yeah, people was making money on inflated rates. They were making a lot of money on inflated rates, and people were telling people to get in. Marky Mark started YouTube in April. I told people don't get in. I'm bitter. I'm a hater. I'm this, man. I'm all this. I got flack from it. But you go back and look at my videos from April, May. Don't get in. You might want to wait. I'm telling you, the price is going to come down. I was only wrong with my timing. I said January. I said December. I said January. Told you. It has nothing to do with trucking. I said it don't got nothing to do with trucking. This is economics. What goes up must come down. Has nothing to do with trucking. Nothing at all. So I said, all right, I'll wait. I'll gloat later when it happens. Here we are. Euphoria. You had the what do you call them? The gurus telling people to get in. They showing their money. Yeah, they making it on inflated rates. So people bought into that, believe in that. Peak season came around. Everybody's happy. Everybody's showing how much money they're making. They just are having a life of rally. That euphoric phase. And that's like it says. Here's the greater fool theory. The greater fool theory is the idea that no matter how prices go, there will always be a market of buyers willing to pay more. And we know that's not true. We know that the higher things go, people are going to eventually stop buying. That's why it's the greater fool theory, because you're tricking your brain to believe that people are going to pay for it. You're tricking your brain. No, it doesn't work that way. You got to know micro and macroeconomics. But a lot of people that were selling these people those dreams, they were smart. I can't get mad at them. Just like I said earlier, they were smart money, which takes us into profit taking. The smart money people saw that we were in a bubble, in a boom phase. They bought in at the beginning before the prices slowly started to rise, or when the prices did begin to slowly rise. They bought in. They bought their trucks. They ran it up because they knew the rates were high. Then boom, what'd they do? All those YouTubers, all those Instagram people, they started going out of business. They made up the false stories of why they were going out, but really they were just exiting the market. They were taking their winnings and leaving. And if some of them that are still around, like I said earlier, are talking about other things on YouTube right now, the ones that are still here. Just like the stock market. You ride to the top, you pull out before it comes crashing down. Smart money, you take your profits, you go on to the next thing. And that's what they did. That's why there was so many people pulling out earlier. They took their profits and then they ran. But the people that they sold this false hope to are stuck left, what we call in business, holding the bag. They got stiffed. See, they're going to promote it, make it popular, make money while they're doing it. But the whole time they're planning their exit strategy, but they're not going to tell you that. And that's why they got out. And they left poor people holding the bag. Which takes us into panic. Like I said in the video, and that's what's going on now, right now, panic. A lot of people are stuck in these rentals and they don't want to let them go. They're panicking. They're not making money. They're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. Then you got people saying, well, stop taking low rates. Some people taking these rates. There's two different types of people that are taking these low rates. Some people can take these low rates because they don't have overhead like that. If I got a truck that I've been driving myself, I'm my own independent operator. I've been doing this since 2005. And my truck been paid for 15 years. I can operate my truck a lot less than a person who bought in during the bubble at the height of the bubble, who's paying $1,500, $1,600 a week, $2,000 a week, like the young man said earlier, for his rental, $2,200. I know people run their truck off 75, 80 cents a mile. Now you got those people who can take those low rates, and really it's not low to them. They're making money. Then you got the people who taking low rates because they have to. They're hustling just to make their payment, their rental payment, so that money could be in the account. When Penske Budget Enterprise Rider hit that account, they got to make sure that money in that account. So they taking anything so they can make sure that money's in there. They're not making anything. Panic. I'm not making no money. Can you help me make money? Can you help me make money? Am I the only person that's coaching people, that's telling them to get out their truck? I must be. get out your truck. If you're paying an exorbitant amount for a rental truck, get out of it. That's and we're in the panic phase. Everybody is panicking and they're succumbing to their that overhead is exceeding their earning potential. They can't make any money. And you can only operate like that for so long. You can only operate like that for so long. So all right, we got a super sticker. Who is this? Thanks for the super sticker. Thanks for the super sticker. Thanks for the super sticker. All right. Let me get back to these questions. All right, Marie. That's why I don't want to jump out the window and buy just yet. Going to get much cheaper. I think some of the trucks are going to come down. I mean, like I showed you right now, you got some trucks that are in the teens, some trucks that are in the 20s, 30s. Yeah, it's going to continue to come down. It's going to continue to come on down. So yeah, you can exercise more patience. I don't blame you. And they're going to continue to come down. That Hino is the one. Yep, I mean, if you take your mechanic, I can't say it's a good truck because I don't know what's under the engine, but that's definitely a good price compared to what the prices have been. The good bros, I remember. Okay, yeah, I said shout out again for that super chat. I'm trying to catch up on these questions. He got to have a truck to get insurance or use a mock van. I guess he answering somebody else's question. Yes, sir. Shout out for the super chat, the super sticker. Took that stimmy and got in. A lot of people did, man. A lot of people did. And it's unfortunate that, okay, you had the money and you got in, you just didn't do the research. And that was the thing. People got the money as soon as that money hit, they went and spent it. It takes time to study a business. You know, this money hit and it was just suddenly, and people that may have thought about opening a business and things of that nature, but really wasn't focused too much on, they hit the money, they went and just did it. But they didn't take the time to really research it. Are the rental rates going to go down? Now, that's the one question that I always say I can't answer that. I don't know if rental rates will go down or when or if they will. Young man that came on the podcast earlier, he provided some valuable information that he had an older truck that went down, and then they swapped him out for a brand new truck. And the brand new truck had higher stipulations than the older truck. The new truck, they wouldn't even let him pretty much go out the state with it. Why do you think that? The reason why is because of the uncertainty. It's a new truck. We have to preserve the miles because trucks are scarce. So with new trucks that we do get in, we can't let people run them up on the miles because the manufacturing still hasn't caught back up prior to the pandemic. And they keep pushing it back. We're still having a global chip shortage. There's still a global chip shortage. That's one reason why manufacturing hasn't picked back up. And they said that it's not going to pick back up to 2024. It was 2022. Then they said 23. Now they're saying 24. So they're not going to allow somebody to take a brand new truck and run it. They're going to preserve those miles. Hence 150 miles a day, which is pretty much local. 150, that's local. They're not going to let you run it. This old truck, you can do what you want. This new truck, we might have to hold on to this longer than normal. So, I can't answer that. We're in the midst of a global chip shortage. That's why manufacturing is down. That's why trucks are scarce. So it's uncertainty. And that's why another thing for people who are entering in any business, you never want to invest into a business where there's uncertainty. There's not uncertainty in the industry, but there's definitely uncertainty in the rental. There is uncertainty in the industry, but not like how it is with the rental. The rental business, there's a lot of uncertainty. And trust me, they're having board meetings, Penske, Ryder, Enterprise budget. They're probably biting their nails because guess what? They have no business if there's no trucks. So the more people drive these trucks doing final mile and OTR and running them into the ground. Eventually, they're gonna have to offer them because it eventually comes to a point where they're like, all right, we got to cut our losses. It's gonna cost us more to maintain this truck. All right, if we keep it, then we should just off it now. So they're selling trucks, as you can see, but they got to try to preserve as many of them as they can, because the more out they keep breaking down, or they have to off these trucks, the less they're gonna have in their inventory. And guess what? To the people who don't bring the trucks back, the people that they have to report the truck stolen because they're trying to get it back to do the PM, guess what happens when they finally get those trucks back? When they finally get them back, when the police pull the driver over because the plate is stolen and they tow the truck back, they put it out of service. Why? Because this truck been rolling 7-8 months overdue. 9 months overdue. 10 months overdue. And imagine a person that's really getting it, let's say it's running 2,500, 3,500 miles a week. Do the math on how many miles you think these trucks is overdue. Now this leads into something else. These trucks that they're getting, that they're reporting stolen, that they're recovering, that they're getting towed back and sending them straight and putting them straight out of service, they're selling them. So now you got to worry about when you do buy one of these trucks off one of these used rental trucks, Penske, Enterprise, Budget, Rider, it's not going to be like how it was back in the day when you would buy them, where you know they were just greatly maintained and greatly and maintenance really, really well. A lot of these trucks that they're posting now are trucks that they've been recovering. It's something to think about, guys. Something to think about. So you want to exercise caution and take a mechanic when you go to Penske, you go to Enterprise, you go to Budget to buy some of these new used trucks, because a lot of these trucks are probably some of the trucks that they're recovering that people didn't bring back, that they've been trying to get back for 9-10 months, because the people realized if they brought them back, they were going to be out of service, or they flew across country to get the truck and they don't want to drive around across country back to get it serviced. So they keep sending people off, and then the rental car company got to report the truck stolen. Yeah, they're just going to bring it in, down it, and sell it. So be careful. That's some free sauce right there for you to think about. My friend bought a box truck using his PPP loan. A lot of people bought box trucks using their PPP loan. Everybody in this market, and there's no cap, everybody I know locally that bought a truck, I know 4 women. They were all women that bought a truck for an extra stream of revenue. They thought they were going to put drivers in it. They thought they was going to they fed into the hype. They come to Marky Mark. Why? Because Marky Mark, 13 years doing it, asked for advice. I say, don't do it. You know what they said? Are you a hating ass motherfucker? You a hating ass motherfucker. You think you the only one who can do this? I said, it's not, I'm not hating. I'm just telling you now ain't the time. I'm telling you now at the time. I said, look at me. Look at how many trucks I got sitting. No one wants to work. Who you think you're going to get to drive? You may get a driver. He may last a week. He may last a month. What can you offer him that the other trucking companies ain't offering? Everybody's struggling for drive. You got big trucking companies offering $8,000 sign-on bonus. What makes you think you going to keep a driver with you and your one truck that you know nothing about in this industry? I was this, I was that, I was this, and I was that. You know what? 7-8 months later, hey, Mark, you want to buy a truck? You want to buy? Well, no, what happened? Man, you want to buy the truck or not, man? Because see what I'm saying? I said you should have listened. All 4 of them out the business. Just as easy as they came in, it's as easy as they exit out. None of them even got up off the ground. None of them. None of them. So, man, I think, man, that PPP was a gift and a curse, man. Sums, thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the super sticker. Damn, you broke that shit down, man. Sometimes you gotta break things down so people can understand. You gotta kind of break things down in a form where it makes sense for people. So that's why I created that video the other day. It's a video that I've been wanting to do, but I just had to do it at the right time. I had to do it in the mix, in the height of the panic phase of the bubble, and that's pretty much what we're going through right now. And another reason I wanted to do it now is because I don't want people to get caught up in this peak season. And I want people to go into peak season the way I look at peak season. It's like I said in the video, the consumer dictates peak season. The consumer controls this industry. When the consumer buys, when volume is up, everything is up. More trucks, more drivers, more freight, more loads on the load board. When volume is down, less loads on the load board, no loads on the load board, can't find a load on the load board, laying people off. Everything that's bad, it happens when volume is down, right? The answers are right in front of you. Retail has been down all year, all year, all year. What in people's right mind makes us think it's just going to shoot up because it's Christmas? Yeah, it's going to go up. Of course it's going to go up. It's Christmas. But it's not going to be like last year. And I keep seeing people pumping up peak season like they seeing last year, comparing it to last. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see a last year's peak season. You're not. You're going to see a 2019, 2018, 2017, any year before the pandemic, normal peak season, which is still good. But if you're looking for unprecedented numbers, which is unprecedented to people like me who's been in this industry for a while, no, the people who got in last year, they thought that was just the way it was. No, that's not the way it is. That was unprecedented. You're not going to see that. How long are final mile contracts? As long as you can keep the contract, or as long as the logistics company can keep the contract. So, as long as you're rolling, the logistics company keeps the contract, then and you rolling, you and the logistics company is meshing and everything is good, then you're gonna keep it. If the logistics company lose the contract, then you lose it by default. If the logistics company lets you go because you're not performing well, then you lose it. Most of the time, to lose a contract now in final mile, like, you really got to screw some stuff up, man. They ain't letting nobody go because they can't afford to let nobody go. So, as long as the logistics company can keep the contract with the retailer, you should be good. All right. Q&A. Drop your questions. Let me see. What do you think about Hot Shot? I mean, I think if you making money from it, it's good. I thought about Hot Shot, you know what I'm saying? But I thought about it way years after I had already entered into the box truck game, in the moving game. Hot Shot would be something I would probably be interested in if I let's say I just said, I wanted to scale all the way down, which I'm in the process of doing, and I just want to hit the road myself. I'd probably go get a 3500 and a trailer. I'll go get like a 3500 high country, some luxurious and nice on the inside because I'll be spending my time in it, or 3500 let's say King Ranch, and buy my trailer and do it. I think it's a good business if it's you doing it yourself. You know what I'm saying? And I think compared to like a 26 footer, it would be a little bit more comfortable, right? I think it's a good business. I think it's a good business if you enter it right. Me personally, I would buy, and I'm not saying anybody, if this is your industry, don't do what I do. I've been around for a while, so I would go out and buy a nice 3500, and I roll that way. But if I was just getting into the industry and I jumped in, I'd go buy a nice used 3500 and a Ram, and I get busy. I get a Ram. If I was jumping in, I was buying new, and I was new to the game, I get a Ram. Can I get a PPP loan now? No, sir. What up? What up, Mr. King Jackson? What's going on? All right, Q&A time, guys. Q&A time. I got a little bit more time. It's been fun with you guys tonight. I can stick on for a little bit more since we're holding strong in the room. As long as you got the questions, I got the answers. I've dedicated Tuesday night to this podcast, so I don't have nothing going on. Now, when the season starts, if it's a game on Tuesday night, then I may have, the TV going on in the background. I may be looking over from time to time, but other than that, Tuesdays is open for this podcast. So let me know if you got questions. If not, then I'm going to go ahead and shake a leg until next Tuesday. But it was a lot of good questions, and hopefully you got a lot of good answers from me. And I know I preached a lot about that rental truck, man. I'm just tired of people paying for these high ass rentals, man. Like, somebody got to tell somebody to get out these rental trucks. Midwest is still lucrative while renting a box truck. I say it depends. Yes, there's a lot of freight up here. But guess what? I don't care. It's people out here that's getting loads that's still drowning. These rental truck rates is people are paying a lot of money for these rental trucks, man. So, I tell you, it depends. I gave scenarios earlier. $1,000 a week for a rental truck, and this is for everybody who came in late. I gave 3 scenarios: middle mile, final mile, moving company. These are the 3 commercial industries that a person would rent a 26-foot box truck. I do final mile and I own a moving company, right? I'm not paying $1,000 a week for a 26-foot running OTR, but I'll pay $1,000 a week if I'm desperate and I need an extra truck for moving. I'll pay $1,000 a week for a moving truck. Why? Because if I'm renting a 26-footer, an extra 26-footer, that means I got a lot of volume of moves that my trucks can't handle. And if I'm renting a 26-footer, I'm doing 4, 5, 6 bedroom house moves. Those are $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 jobs for the day. 2 hours covers the rental, because I'm charging $200-something an hour plus a truck fee. Right? Now, $1,000, and I'm doing that 3-4 times a week. $1,000 for a move, to rent a 26-foot for a move, when I'm charging, doing 4 or 5 bedroom houses each day, the truck is making $4, $5, $6 grand. Whoop-de-doo, right? But if I'm running OTR at $1,000, right, and I'm paying 30 cents a mile, my whole business OTR is to drive. The more I drive, the more I get paid, right? But also, the more you drive, the more it costs you, because you're paying for the mileage. A moving truck, you get to the house, it sits there for 6 hours. It drives 15 miles away to move him to the drop off. It sits there for 4 hours to unload. Not burning up no miles, but the truck done paid for itself the first 2 or 3 hours of the move for the week. I don't care if it's 50 cents a mile, 99 cents a mile, $1 a mile. It don't matter, because all that gets charged back to the customer. It's a different industry. The price point is different. The structure of it is different. But middle mile, it wouldn't work for. Final mile, it could work. I would really have to be desperate. But I know on final mile, a final mile route is paying $1,000 in this market, up $1,500, $1,400, $1,300. You got a team in Chicago that's running a contract like Lowe's, and I know, man, there's some dudes up here I know in these doing 25 stops a day. It's 3 of them on the truck. They doing so many stops, making so much money, they throw a third guy in so they can make it more efficient. The route can afford a third guy. I pay $1,000 a week for a final mile truck, because one day is gonna cover it, right? I'm operating a 50 to 75 mile radius. Yeah, the work is more labor intensive, but I'm getting more money. Middle mile, no, because every mile you do, it costs you. You got to run miles to make money. That's what it is. Nobody wants to do final mile. Nobody wants to do moving. If they did, I wouldn't have to sell some trucks early this year. I wouldn't have trucks sitting right now. I don't care about selling the trucks early this year. I sold older trucks, and I sold them for a lot more than I paid for them. Whoop-de-doo, who cares, right? Everybody wants to do middleman because the work is easier, but they want to make this much money. When it's work, I can show you work. And I show people work that pays a lot more money, but don't nobody want to do it. Sure, I get it. Sure, I'm taking the processing now because I messed my back up on a move 2 weeks ago. A move I want, a job I wasn't even expecting to do, but people don't come to work, so I gotta jump in there sometimes. But that's why it pays that much. Fine. Couple grand for the day. I alleviated one of the person who didn't come to work. That cost was alleviated because I filled in. So that truck paid me more money. I'll have a sore back for a few days for a couple grand. 6 hours of work. It only took 6 hours. I get on the truck. We getting to it. We not stopping. We getting all this done. I gotta be out of here. I got stuff to do. Man, well, we usually stop for our lunch. All right, we're gonna stop and we're gonna keep rolling. Stop right here, get a Polish a Whopper or something, eat it on, let's ride. Ain't no stopping. We gotta get this done. I gotta go. We rolling. So I can show you how to make money. I show people all the time in mentor coaching sessions. Look, man, this is the cost right here for middle mile. This is the cost for final mile. And here's the two. Boom. You're going to make more over here, but you're going to need this over here, this over here. This is more lucrative than this. People still choose to do middle mile because it's easier. The margin is smaller. Do you guys have Bellhop out east? That was the first account I had. We got Bellhop here in Chicago. That's another account right there. If you got trucks, Bellhop, they were so thirsty for workers here in Chicago earlier. They said, man, if you got trucks, send us the driver. We got the contract. They'll show up to the moves and load the truck, and then they'll drive their own car to the drop off and unload it. Just send us the truck with one driver on it, and we'll pay you for it. Even these companies, these startup companies, have to alter and do workarounds because of the employment crunch. That's not how they operate. They're just trying to stay in business. So you mean to tell me I can send one of my trucks and just make sure a driver, he just pulls up and you're going to have your bell hoppers come move the people into the truck, and then they're going to drive their own personal car to the drop off. My driver drives my truck to the drop off and they unload it, and my driver don't have to do nothing, and you're going to pay me for my cover the cost of my labor and cover the cost of my truck for all the hours? Yeah, how much is it going to cost? Oh, no problem. See, it's ways to make money. That's free sauce for you, man. I ain't gave a lot of free sauce out, man, tonight, man. With Bellhop, you just have to drive. See, he said right here, with Bellhop, you just have to drive while the helpers do all the moving, right? They didn't used to operate like that. In this market, Bellhop got their own trucks. They operated both. So if you got a truck now with Bellhop, man, they just need people to drive in trucks, license. They trying to cut costs because they already short. They pay us daily minimum $600 a day. See, I already know because I did it. I just told you. That's a lot of sauce, man, in here, man. It's still a good idea to start a trucking company. I mean, you can always start a trucking company. It's just how you enter. I think you just came in. How you enter? Just make sure you enter cautiously. Shout out for this super. Hold on, man. I'm on a delay here. Hold on, I won't get back to you. I gotta go to answer this one. Could you mix up your loads like 2 out and 2 local? You talking about middle mile? 2 OTR and 2 local? I don't know how you do that if you're operating out of one truck. You talking about middle mile? Let me know. Let me go back to this one. Is it a good idea to start trucking company? Appreciate the super chat, but hit me back and let me know. Go more into detail with that. Are you talking middle mile? I think anytime you can start a company, any business, you just need to exercise caution. If you would have asked me this question earlier this year, last year, I got videos that you can go look, and I said, no, now is not a good time. I think you can enter now by buying a truck. There's trucks that are affordable now. You can also wait. I think the trucks are going to continue to drop. Right? I think they're going to really continue to drop. All right, but there are some affordable trucks out there now. As long as your operational costs don't exceed your income, and the only way the way you get your operational costs down is by doing a lot of research and due diligence. If you're going to go the rental route, rentals are high now. You got to really lean on them. And guess what? It's going to be hard to lean on them as a new person entering the business that's never done business with them. Every week, the stipulations are getting stricter and stricter and stricter. Now, I've had 3 people within the past week told me they tried to rent a truck, and they said no, they're not renting to people who haven't been in business for 2 years or more, 3 years or more. And then I'm hearing you got to have a brick and mortar business. You know why they're doing this? They're making their stipulations steeper now because of the way people are treating their equipment, and they're also making it stricter because they can't keep telling people they're out of trucks. So they have to come up with some type of reason to deter people or to turn people away in a professional way, other than saying we don't have trucks and we haven't had none for 6, 7, 8 months. So it's 2 reasons they're doing it. All right. So if you're going to get into the game now, I would strongly suggest purchasing a really, really inexpensive truck. If you do that, also come in exercising extreme caution. Make sure your overhead is low as you can get it. And but by purchasing your own truck, you purchase a really inexpensive truck. You know, you know, a couple $100 a month. You're not paying for mileage. You're just covering your fuel costs, pretty much, in your insurance and your small note. So as long as you stay out on that road, if you're planning on running middle mile and you get into that money, then you should come out ahead. I'm willing to drive for you. I'm in Ohio. There you go, somebody said they're looking for a job in Ohio. Ever done Amazon Relay? Me, no. I don't do nothing with Amazon. I'm assuming you talking middle mile because you mix up the loads like 2 out and 2 local. If you're out, how can you run local? Unless you got 2 trucks. So I don't know. Kind of break that down, make a little bit more sense for me to answer it. But I appreciate the super chat though. How do you sign up with Bellhop? Download the Bellhop app or go to Bellhop. I think it's bellhop.com and just sign up as a service provider. I've done cargo vans. I don't do them anymore. I was running cargo. I ran a few cargo vans for Dynamics doing Office Depot. And I bought a brand new cargo van to satisfy Container Store for Select Express. I was running like 2 or 3 trucks for Select Express a day, but they wanted me to focus on they had a Container Store route that the driver who ran it, I guess he quit or whatever, and they said, could we add that? So we were running, I was supplying a truck for it, but it really didn't need a truck, so I was going to buy a van, and I just ended up buying a brand new van. And then once that account went belly up, that van just sat for like a year and a half. I was just paying a note on it, and I ended up trading it in and trading it in for a brand new pickup truck. My personal pickup truck I needed a new one, so that was just my way of getting out of that van. I just traded the other pickup truck in, just bought a new pickup truck. But vans for me, I just don't see a purpose for them in my market. The accounts here, like, it just wouldn't suit me in this market. It's just a lot more money to be made in this market with larger vehicles. It just, to me, running a smaller vehicle is just not profitable for me in this market. It's profitable for someone, independent guys, just him in the van though. You can go do like Go Configure or you can go do Select Express. And if you really, really work hard, you can check a nice amount of money. Baby cribs, and just assemblies. If you're handy, mechanically inclined, it's a lot of assembly work that a van you can do and really check a nice bag too. When I get in the Instacart app, where do I find the freight? Should I hit customer service? I told you, you can't download the Instacart. You got to download the Instacart shopper app. It's two different apps for Instacart. You got the consumer app, and then you got the gig for the gig worker, for the provider. You got to download it's Instacart shopper. You might have downloaded the wrong app. Don't download the app as if you were looking to buy groceries and have them drop off. You want to download Instacart shopper. Is it a business you will add someone in? Is it a business I would add somebody in? Well, what do you mean, like the cargo van business? If you're an independent owner operator and you want to jump into this business, I think you can make it with a cargo van. It's just certain accounts you would be able to do. You wouldn't be able to do some accounts. You can do Bye Bye Baby. You should be able to do that by yourself. A lot of these Go Configure accounts that have home delivery and then assembly that's sold as a separate point of purchase, you can do that stuff by yourself. You can do Container Store. That's under Select Express. You should be able to do that by yourself. Depending on the market you're in, Watco has Staples and Office Depot. If you're in a market that still has that Office Depot and Staples account, you will want to look at a company called logistics company called Watco, WATCO. That's an account that you can do with the cargo van. That's pretty much it for final mile that I can think of. I think that might be all of them. So I would start with those: Watco, WATCO not Select Express, for Office Depot and Staples. Go Configure, right? Go Configure would be assembly work. Lot of money in that in the spring, especially if you can do in-ground basketball hoop installations. We used to do them, but my guys started complaining, and I stopped doing them. But if you're a guy who's not scared of hard work, then that you can do that. You may need a helper for that one though. But a lot of that assembly work Go Configure has is for like companies like mine. We'll do the drop, and then they'll pay a separate fee for the assembly, and then they'll have a whole nother contractor come through and do the assembly. I said Waco, Staples, Office Depot. I told you Go Configure. Oh, and then Container Store, Select Express. You could do that. That's pretty much a one-man job. So go look at Select Express, go look at Watco, and go look at Go Configure for a van. Go Configure is forced to dispatch though. That's true. But when you're working with a van, you're kind of limited. Your playing field ain't as big as, obviously a bigger truck. So you kind of limited to what you can and can't do. Yeah, like if you get a load to Ohio and find one back on a different load board. Oh yeah. Yeah, you do that on the same load board if you want. Yeah, that's pretty much the name of the game right there. Yep, you can do that. I think I answered you. I'm on Instacart Shopper. They only allow me to upgrade my car to a pickup truck, not a box truck. Should I contact them? Yeah, contact them and let them know. Because here's the thing, you gotta remember this is new now. This is only 2 weeks they've been doing this. So you gotta let them know you got a big truck, so you're able to take bigger loads that a lot of people, because see, they're not used to box trucks on that platform. So they probably don't have an option for that because they're not sure how many people are going to sign up with box trucks. Let them know that you got a box truck. I hit up their support. What I talk about in one of those videos last week, early adopters. Imagine if you hit them up on support, they send that email, and then they create something just for you. Now, all these big loads in your market that they probably been turning away, or people in cars been refusing when they get to the store that they can't fit, is going to you. You're an early adopter. You're the first person on that app in that market with a truck, and then all that AI, the algorithm is funneling all that work to you. Early adopters. Early adopters. So yeah, definitely hit them up, man. Let them know what you got, man. Installs. You talking about the company installs? I ran installs. We did what did we do for installs? We ran Best Buy for installs for TVs. All we did was TVs. We had Sam's Club for installs. We did mattress deliveries. And one more account. Oh, I didn't hate it. It paid really well, but my guys used to complain about this all the time. We would get that Sleep Number contract every year when they ran that sale. We would get that contract for like a month and a half, man. And man, my guys hated putting them bids together, man. The Sleep Number bids. Yeah, that's what we ran for install. Sleep Number, Sam's Club, and Best Buy. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, installs, right. Install CSRT, right. So I had installs before they merged with NAL and before CRST bought them out. So I was running installs back 2013 to about 2018. I stopped running installs. I ran installs for 5 years, 2013 to 2018. Yep. But yeah, installs is a good one. We ran installs. I don't know how they operate now that they're under CRST, but I know with installs, the only thing we did for Best Buy installs was flat screen TVs. And it was just as simple as delivering it, plugging it into the wall, and that was it. Removing the trash. So that's another one that you might want to look at. App Z. Is front door delivery considered final mile? Yes. Front door delivery is considered final miles. 3-4 stages of final mile delivery for in-home delivery. You got curbside, you got threshold, room of choice, and then you got white glove. So curbside is obviously curb. You pull up, you pull whatever it is off the truck and leave it at the curb. If you're nice, which you don't have to be, but if you're nice, they have an attached garage. You can pull it into garage. I don't mind if my guys pull stuff into the garage. You got threshold, which means you deliver right past the front threshold. They got an option. You want it to come to the front door or the back door. Whichever door they say, as soon as you cross that threshold, you drop it. Then you got threshold room of choice. That's going into the home and placing the stuff in the room of choice. Then you have white glove, which is everything. Room of choice, unboxing it, pulling all the packages out, removing the packaging, not leaving it there for them to dispose of, taking the packaging back to the truck, and assembly. That's white glove. Obviously, each tier pays different. The more work you do, obviously, the more money you get paid. Obviously, curbside is going to pay a lot less than white glove, right? Won't you need a reefer for Instacart? We're talking about big and bulky, Drixel. So big and Instacart just unveiled 2 weeks ago a new service called Big and Bulky, where they're delivering for Lowe's, Best Buy, Staples, Office Depot, retailers that other retailers, not grocery. So they're trying to get into the final mile on demand lane. So a lot of companies are signing up with them. So they're just using their service providers that they already have on board on their platform to go to these retailers and pick up. Person goes to Lowe's, they may pick up an air conditioner. Person goes to Best Buy, they may pick up a flat screen TV. So no, you don't need a reefer truck if you're running big and bulky on Instacart now. I did a video about it about 2 weeks ago. Is front door delivery considered final mile? Front door delivery is final mile, Mike. Final mile. Middle mile is dock to dock. You run the middle mile. Final mile is the final process and supply chain process, which takes it from a warehouse to the end user, the consumer, the customer's doorstep. That's final mile. I'm on board at installs, but I haven't done anything yet. Are they forced dispatch? Yeah, so they're gonna just send you. See, I don't know how it works now since CRST bought them. Back in the day, when we ran installs, they would just email you a bunch of stuff and you accept it or deny it. Well, pretty much at the point where I was running, we was accepting anything for the contracts that we had. But it wasn't like the thing that the problem I had with installs was they didn't have volume. They didn't have volume. They only had volume when a specific account was running a sale. We had volume for Sleep Number, obviously, when they ran that sale every, I think it's August or September. We had volume for Sam's Club when obviously mattresses are on sale. All right. Same thing with the TV screens. Installs wasn't something that we were running every day. But now installs merged with NAL and they got IKEA. So if you're a one man situation with installs now, you may fall under their IKEA assembly because IKEA has always delivery and assembly has always been 2 point of purchases for IKEA. They'll sell you the delivery and then they'll sell you the assembly, which is a whole separate uh, contractor aside from whoever delivers it. And then they come out and just assemble the stuff. So I don't know how they operate now under CRST, but that's how they operated back when I was running it. I hopped out of Go Configure or opt out of Go Configure. I'm not okay with all these coordinators throwing work at me. I prefer the load boards. You run Go Configure through Select Express bought them, right? Who bought Go Configure? Somebody bought them. Somebody bought Go Configure if my memory serves me correctly. Was it Select? Can you provide a commercial insurance hack to get a lower rate? Nope. My lower rates come from running intrastate, running local, and having years of insurance and good drivers. So obviously, I guess you coming in as yourself, you got to get MVR. That'll help save you some money. Your market, depending on your market, will help save you some money. How old you help save you some money. Where you park the truck will help save you some money. The type of truck will help save you some money. Obviously, an older truck will be cheaper than a newer truck. That's another reason why, I tell people to come in again. I had a lady a few weeks ago. She asked a question. She just hell bent on coming into the game with a new truck. Hey, to each his own. I can only give you my experiences and my advice, but you're gonna have some people that's gonna do what they want to do, regardless. So a lot of those things that I just gave you right now are ways, just typical ways that you can save money. Another way is not hire, but find a broker, a commercial insurance broker. All right. Everybody likes to go the Progressive route because they just Google and Progressive comes up and that's who they go with because they can handle everything online themselves. Go with a broker. Let the broker shop you. Let the broker shop you. There's plenty of commercial companies out here. Progressive isn't the only game in town. The broker's job is to shop you and get you the best rate. They get paid off the residuals. They want you to succeed because they get paid from the insurance company. You don't pay the broker. The broker insurance company gives the broker a fee for brokering. All right. So let the broker do their job and shop you on the market. Just give them time to do it. Give them at least 60 days because they're going to put you out on the market, shop you, and they got to wait for these quotes to start coming back in. And then they let them handle all that. That's the best advice. Well, that's the advice I give you for getting a lower rate. Yep, Select Express bond. Yep. Yep. I knew I was right. Yep. Yep. You can try OIDA. They're good. I know old trucker that parks his truck on the yard He runs OIDA. It's really inexpensive. Yep. I almost went to OIDA, but ended up because I had a situation where I was with Grange. Grange didn't renew me 1 year, and it was very last minute that we found out they wasn't renewing, and my broker didn't have enough time to shop my company, so we ended up having to go with Progressive for a year. And that year I spent 50,000 on insurance. I spent 50,000 on insurance that year. It was the most expensive year I had for insurance. And he was like, "Man, you have to go with it for a year, and I'm gonna start shopping you about 60 to 90 days when before it renews." And then when the time came up after that year, we went over to Mercury. We've been there ever since. Mercury is that lawsuit video that I put up last week or week before last. Mercury is the company that I was with during that lawsuit. Shout out to Mercury, man. They sent me in there with a team of lawyers, and I appreciate the fact that Mercury, they were real down to earth. They called me like, "Man, what's up with this guy? Should we pay him?" They gave me the option, and I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I rock with Mercury. My whoever that rep was, it was a lady. She said, "Should we just pay this guy?" I said, "No, ain't nothing wrong with him." Like I said in the video. "So you want to fight it?" I said, "Yeah, I want to let this guy push me over. No, ain't nothing wrong with him. That's all right." I appreciate Mercury for riding with me and letting me choose how I wanted to proceed. And they sent the boy in there. They sent the boy in there right. So Mercury is a good insurance company. Shout out to them. I'm talking to Instacart right now. Wish me luck. Good luck. Note that if I actually bought a newer truck, can I finesse and put an older year on paperwork? No. Listen here. I like to go by the book on pretty much a lot of stuff. I wouldn't finesse anything that has to do with insurance. Nothing. Because God forbid, if something were to happen and that paperwork didn't match up, they're not going to pay you, or they're not going to fix the truck, or whatever happens that you're going to need the insurance. Insurance is the last people in the commercial space that you want to try to finesse. No. Go by the book. Trust me on this one. Trust me. Go by the book, man. Go by the book when you're dealing with commercial insurance, because you never know. You never know what might happen. You can say I'm the best driver in the world, but here's the thing. There's a lot of other people out there that's the worst drivers in the world. And if the best driver and the worst driver in the world meet, guess what? The best driver in the world ain't going to have such a good day that day. So, and you don't want to file a claim and the information don't match up. You don't want to play around with something, something like, an asset like your truck. You want to make sure everything is on the up and up. Bro, that story was crazy. LOL. What did the brother have to say after all of that? I haven't seen or heard from him. They couldn't find a dude for a long time for his deposition, so I think he's dead. I didn't want to say that in the video though. I think he's dead. So I think he's dead. Yeah, don't finesse insurance. Don't listen to them YouTubers. Yeah, don't finesse no insurance, bro. Like when I talked about that video earlier for like the background checks, that's different. You know what I'm saying? That's different. You know, but like anything that's involving like something that's liability, like your vehicle, you want everything on the up and up, because if you ever have to use your insurance, you don't want any hiccups. You want to just be able to present to them whatever it is that you need them to cover, pay your deductible, and either get your check or put your truck in the shop. Because look, I had a lawsuit. People will sue you. Anything can happen. You can get sued. Like, man, just make sure your insurance is straight, man. You get sued under your business for your insurance gonna cover you. You don't want them to have to say, "No, unfortunately, we can't cover you on this." You don't want that. Your insurance is the last person you want to play with. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the guy who sued. His brother, the one who actually gave him a job. Um, I heard he moved out to the suburbs. He's working for DoorDash now. He's doing DoorDash. So he doesn't work for me anymore. He's doing DoorDash. I haven't seen him in a few years. Maybe like he stopped working for me. He moved out to the burbs in like 2019. So he hasn't worked for me since like 2018, 2019. He moved out to the far burbs, so he just wasn't gonna make that drive. No, matter of fact, it was 2020. Yeah, he hasn't worked for me since 2020. How do I start paying myself legally instead of transferring money from bank to bank? If you're an LLC, you already up and operational. You should have a business account. And then all your settlements should come through the business account, and then you should probably get some type of program if you don't have an accountant. Get some type of program to generate you a check stub, QuickBooks or something like that, to generate you a check stub so you can pay yourself. All that transferring and stuff, I would be kind of leery of that, because and I could be wrong. I think no, I'm not even gonna say it because I don't want to be wrong, so I'm not gonna say it. But yeah, if you got a business, a trucking business, you're running minimum amount, you should have uh some form of your business should be structured. You should be an INC, incorporated as C corp or LLC. If you're one of those, you should have a business bank account, and you should have some type of program of generating yourself a pay. I used to live up in Calumet for a little. Calumet Park or Calumet City? All right, that's the last question. I see some more popping up. Hold on. Box Short TV, go W2 or write checks as owner draw quarterly, don't transfer. That might be considered double dipping. See, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say embezzlement. That's what I was going to say, embezzlement. Yeah, so I would be very careful. I would just definitely get a program. They got apps and stuff for that now, man. Oh, you stayed in Cal City out by River Oaks. Out by River Oaks. Instacart said they're in a few states. Once they start in my state, they will notify. All right, so they already got box trucks in some states. There you go. Good information. Thank you for sharing that. All righty then. All right, if that was it, this has been fun. I don't see any more questions. I'm gonna retire, and then we'll get back to it next Tuesday. Every Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. The Mentors Podcast with me, Mark the Mentor, where we go over everything trucking topics centered around trucking and logistics. Appreciate you, Drixel. Every Tuesday, guys. So Q&A always at the end. We'll have topics up first, and then Q&A at the end. And this is every Tuesday. So if nobody has any other thing to say, I guess I'll see you next Tuesday. Let me show no more comments. All right, guys, I appreciate it for everybody for coming out. Next Tuesday, 7:30, same place, same time.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra